All right, at the box office this weekend, the animated children's comedy Dog Man took the #1 spot at the North American box office. The movie, from the same people that brought you Captain Underpants, managed to rake in $36 million in its debut weekend. In second place, it was Companion, the horror comedy starring Sophie Thatcher and Jack Quaid, debuted at $9.5 million. Then you have Mufasa, The Lion King, keeps on chugging, taking in $6.1 million. Third place this weekend, and rounding out the top five, we've got One of Them Days in fourth with $6 million, and Flight Risk in fifth with $5.6 million. The Grammys were last night. Oh, all the excitement around the Grammys. And there was a bunch of stuff going on. Kendrick Lamar won a whole bunch of Grammys for Not Like Us, including Best Rap Performance, Best Rap Song, and Best Music Video, Song of the Year, and Record of the Year as well. And then Beyonce made history as the first black artist to win for Best Country Album with Cowboy Carter.
I can tell you, watching her accept, when she says she had no idea, she didn't. I mean, because, she's been up for the awards, but she was completely, and she's seen it all pretty much, but she was definitely caught off guard by that win.
I wonder what the country people think of this.
I'm curious too, because she also won Album of the Year. So besides Country Album of the Year, she got Album of the Year.
She's the most
together.
Decorated artist now with Grammys. 30, I think 35 she has.
It's incredible, man.
Just never won the big ones.
So we've got a variety of clips to play, and we do have one, Casey, if you could find that, from Beyonce wins first Album of the Year. So this is her accepting.
I'd like to thank and acknowledge and praise all of the firefighters for keeping us safe. I just feel very full and very honored. It's been many, many years.
It's been many, many years.
Yeah, they always get the good clips. I'll say this. That song, you could not escape that single. That song was everywhere.
I love it. I love that song. I don't know the rest of the album, though.
I don't know where you guys heard that, because I don't even know how that song goes.
Social media.
Texas.
Oh, yeah, I don't play around on social media. There you go.
I mean, it was everywhere for a really long time. It got played out. A lot of people also got sick of it. But it does turn, that song, I mean, it's very country sounding, but by the end of it, it sounds like Beyonce. It's not a full country song.
Right. But enough to win,
I guess so.
Well, that's why I want.
the album was enough to win Album of the Year. So.
I haven't listened to any of the album other than that song, so I don't know what the rest of the album sounds like if it has that country texture to it.
I think the
it does.
whole thing does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did a country album.
Chaperone took home award for Best New Artist, beating out stiff competition like Sabrina Carpenter. And how do you say this name, Casey? Is it Doechii?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry about them, though. Doechii ended up winning her first Grammy for Best Rap Album for Alligator Bites Never Heal, and Sabrina won for pop vocal album for Short and Sweet.
I know Doechii because of my wife. You got to see this performance that she does, or that they do on a Colbert. Doechii has braids, and Doechii's dancers and backup singers also have braids, and they tie them together and do this coordinated dance that's choreographed unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's a cool song. It's catchy, and I really like it. But the dance moves that they do together are so freaking incredible, and I was blown away. I've watched it like 3 times, and I like the song, but I am so impressed by the choreography behind this performance.
Her performance last night was really good, too. I liked it a lot. But more so, she wears face tape on the sides of her, either side of her head, to pull back the skin on her face to try to keep it smooth and avoid wrinkles. I think I might
employ
that. I might get some Doechii face tape.
Doechii face tape.
You know what, though? Don't do it that way. Do actual tape base with your nose pulled up and all that stuff.
But she you can see it, but it's done nicely. Last night, it looked like there may have even been like a little glitter on them or something. I don't know.
All right. We're watching video clips of this, the braid thing, and they're maneuvering so that they clearly they have these worked out perfectly so that they're tied together in a certain way and never get tangled up.
Yeah, choreography is incredible.
Interesting. All right, I had mentioned Sabrina Carpenter. We have a clip from her because she won for Best Pop Vocal Album for Short and Sweet, and she mentions Bala Cynwyd in her acceptance speech. Listen to this.
I want to thank all the fans that let my music be heard by the Recording Academy. I want to thank my mom for driving me to every voice lesson in Bala Cynwyd, and I want to thank my dad and my sisters.
So she's from Quakertown, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Q-Town, to Bala-Cynwyd. That's a pretty good drive.
Yeah.
Especially in traffic if she's going in the morning. So that's awesome that she had a chance to mention our broadcast town. That's where we are.
I freaked out when she said it. She also did a performance that I thought was it's funny because she is sort of this sexy chanteuse, but she also self-parodies that.
Yeah.
So there's a sequence, Preston. I don't know if you saw the performance.
No.
She's walking down a flight of stairs, and we're playing it right here. But watch what happens as she gets to the bottom. It becomes clear that it wasn't, the joke is it wasn't set up right, and she walks down behind and has to crawl over the steps.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny. Good. Well, good for her. Having some fun with it. I love it. So Chapel Roan, I already said that. The Beatles won Best Rock Performance for Now and Then, believe it or not.
They were there.
And Sean Lennon had accepted the award on their behalf. President Jimmy Carter won a posthumous award for Best Audio. He came out too. Best Audiobook Narration and Storytelling Recording for Last Sundays in Play.
Run! He's eating Jabarone!
He's eating Chapel Roan. So he is the oldest Grammy winner in history, President Jimmy Carter. He's won this award 4 times over his years, by the way. So it's
wild because he did do that album with Judas Priest that no one remembers.
So a huge, as far as the performances went, so there were loads of performances. One of the best things about the Grammys are the fact they have great performances. They have artists that get together that normally would not collaborate.
And they did them like one after the other last night.
So, yeah, what case?
No, go ahead. What are you going to start?
So I'm going to start with the opening performance of I Love L.A. At the Grammys. And it was a love letter to Los Angeles, of course, after the fires and everything. Dawes led the tribute, and they were joined by John Legend, Sheryl Crow, Brad Paisley, Brittany Howard, and St. Vincent as well. And we have a clip of that.
I do have a question, though. Because there was somebody on a stand-up keyboard that I thought was Katy Perry. I couldn't tell who it was.
No, I didn't recognize her, though Trevor Noah actually did another good job hosting.
Yeah.
Brought up the fact, Preston, that the members of Dawes lost their homes. I think one of them lost that home, their childhood home, their studio, and all of their instruments in the fire.
Wow.
So the theme throughout the whole night was obviously what had gone on with the Palisades fires and all that stuff. So there were a lot of tributes, and there was an ongoing telethon with a QR code and everything, and they raised like $8-9 million by the end of the broadcast.
Wow.
All right, so let's play a little bit of this.
Look at these firefighters, ain't nothing like them nowhere. Century Boulevard, we love it. Victory Boulevard, we love it. Santa Monica Boulevard, we love it. Civic Street, we love it.
Oh, man, that's my favorite part of the song.
Oh, man.
They always
They
cut
fade
it
it
at
out.
the wrong friggin' time.
Yeah. So that was a big collaboration. Then Billie Eilish performed Birds of a Feather alongside her brother Phineas. Chapel Roan performed a Pink Pony Club, and a giant pink pony was on stage with her for the whole thing. I saw pictures and video of that. The Weeknd ended his boycott of the Grammys with a surprise performance and performed Timeless and Cry for Me. Charlie XCX performed Von Dutch and Guess, and apparently at some point there was underwear raining down from the ceiling.
Oh, how did I miss that?
Yeah, it says she transitioned into Guess, and then hundreds of pairs of underwear rained down on the stage. Doechii kept the Best New Artist medley going and performed Catfish and Denial is River. Teddy Swims performed, Lose Control. Shaboozey. There you go, man. Was up next and performed Good News.
I was underwhelmed by. I love that song, and
What, by Shaboozey?
you know what?
Yeah.
I guess maybe because he is country, and it was just that, they just get up there and sing, and that's really what he did. There, some of the other performances, there was a lot
Did it
more
shablow?
show to it.
No, but it was more of a montage of Best New Artist.
Yes, yes.
So he only got to do a little bit of his song, and like Teddy Swims only did a
I
little
know, but
bit of Lose Control.
I thought Teddy Swims was so good.
So good.
Shaboozy Shabloo. I like that. Ray closed out with the Best New Artist medley with a dazzling performance of Oscar-winning Tears. And actually, someone named Benson Boone kicked off the performance.
So that was
good, too.
The dude did a very, that's the dude who did a flip off the piano press. It was pretty amazing.
And apparently he made his way to Heidi Klum and Nikki Glazer's table at one point. And who was there?
Todd Glass.
Todd Glass.
Sitting at the table.
Was sitting at the table.
It was freaking hilarious.
With Heidi Klum and Nikki Glazer.
It was them and I think was J-Lo at the table or the table in front of them, something. But it was like a shot. And I just saw Todd Glass. I'm like, of course.
Yeah.
Of course he made his way into this shot.
End of the show, we could maybe chat with him real quick and see what that was
I'll
all
reach
about.
out
I think
to
that'd be kind of fun, right?
Because even he's looking, because they do so much that's interwoven with the audience. So that we have a still shot of, there he is, Preston. Todd Glass.
Just the four, though.
Nikki Glazer looking phenomenal and Heidi Klum looking phenomenal. And but he walks around. I really wasn't all that familiar with this guy, but they tear off his clothing. He's got kind of a disco outfit underneath. While singing, walks up on stage, walks up onto a grand piano, and does a forward flip, lands, and continues singing.
That's awesome.
Steve sitting behind Nikki Glazer was Jim Gaffigan, and Todd is buddies with Jim Gaffigan.
So that may have been how he ended up in that spot as well.
Well, he's also friends with Nikki Glazer.
Watch this flip here, Preston.
Okay, so he gets up on the piano and does a forward flip, and that's very, very agile.
Yeah,
he does
and risky.
He does another one later in the performance too. He's really good. I love this song too. But I just didn't think that the outfit though matched the song.
Okay.
He looks Preston though, but the stash, he kind of looks like a young Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, he's definitely has 80s porn star going for sure, and a little bit of a mullet too.
Yeah, just a bit.
Let's see. Sabrina Carpenter performed the song Espresso and Please. Stevie Wonder and sing it, Kath. Go on. I heard you there for a moment.
I missed that one. I like her too.
Stevie Wonder and Janelle Monáe headlined a tribute to the late Quincy Jones. Cynthia Erivo, Herbie Hancock, and Lainey Wilson also performed tributes, and they included Fly Me to the Moon, Let the Good Times Roll, We Are the World. Monet also performed Michael Jackson's Don't Stop Till You Get Enough and did the moonwalk as well.
It was amazing. But Cynthia Erivo, man, what a voice. She just blew the house down.
She's powerful. Chris Martin performed Coldplay's All My Love during the In Memoriam segment.
It was weird, though, because the song he sang was We're Glad You're Gone, which seemed inappropriate.
That does.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we have a little bit of the We Are the World, Casey.
We do.
Can you cue that up?
It's ready to go.
Let's fire that up.
How old is he sounding like that?
He's always been incredible.
And Preston, last night he finally admitted he is not blind.
Oh, that was the big bombshell. Wow.
You've seen that video where he catches the mic stand.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, so we also had, and we have audio of this, Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars performing the Mamas and the Papas' California Dreamin'.
I'd be safe and home if I was in LA. California dreaming on such a winter's day. Stopped into a church. I passed along the way. Lord, I got down on my knees, and I pretend to pray.
Wow, that's a couple great singers right there, man.
I had no idea it was Lady Gaga until after the song was over, and whoever came on next said, "Thank you to Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga." I had to rewind it.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was her.
Yeah, she looks. She definitely looks different in this.
Well, and she went with like a 60s look, and
Trippy hippie chick.
But throughout the night, there was a lot of people with that 60s hairstyle. I kind of it took me off guard. I didn't realize that was back in.
That's a great song, and I've got to do the mental shuffling, remembering that the composer, his history, Papa John, but it is a great song, and the Mamas and the Papas have a great library.
We also had Shakira performing Ojos Así. And she did her belly dancing moves, apparently. Kanye West and Bianca. Oh, this is at the, I'm sorry,
my God.
leading into and the red carpet. Kanye West and
gosh.
Bianca Sensori showed up, and she was wearing, a fully sheer, it's like
Nothing.
Emperor's New Clothes, like not there at all, completely naked.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
With this, she's always nude or mostly nude.
I don't even know who she is.
She's his wife, I guess, and they
Okay.
got married. But it is so not sexy. It is so not titillating. And apparently, Preston, first off, he's been barred from the Grammys, so the cops came and threw them both out.
Well, yeah, they were escorted out. Yeah.
It says here there were some reports the couple were kicked out of the Grammys, but apparently was not the case.
Oh.
So that was a rumor that happened.
I
so.
mean, but this is illegal. It's public indecency.
It's public nudity.
Public
Yeah,
nudity,
public
yeah.
nudity. So if they were.
And also, I find he's got this sort of like he owns her kind of vibe going on.
totally.
And
Right.
dance
Totally.
for me.
Yeah.
Get naked
well,
for me.
even when because she started out with a fur coat on, and then she took the fur coat off, and before she did that, he gave her like the okay, like go ahead,
Yeah.
now
Yeah,
take
yeah.
your coat off.
How come he never does this at his gospel things on the weekend?
Yeah. All right. So, lastly, I'm going to mention the rock category since we are a rock radio station.
Yeah.
The Beatles, as I said, won Best Rock Performance. They beat out the Black Keys, Green Day, Idols, Pearl Jam, and St. Vincent. Then we have Best Metal Performance, and that was
Jimmy Carter.
Gojira, Marina Viotti, and Victor Lemans for Mea Culpa. And I'm not familiar. They beat out Judas Priest, Knockin' Loose featuring Poppy, Metallica, and Spirit Box. Best rock song was won by St. Vincent for Broken Man. Beat out the Black Keys, Green Day, Idols, and Pearl Jam. Listen, St. Vincent, talented musician. No. No. Rock song?
Yeah, I know.
And then
rock is almost like Voldemort during the broadcast. The name you must not mention.
yeah, and then finally, best rock album, the Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds.
Well, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that. They beat out Pearl Jam, Jack White, Idols, Green Day, Fontaines DC, and the Black Crowes.
So you had the Beatles and the Rolling Stones win
Yeah.
Grammys last night.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so that's it, and really that's it's already 7:00. So I do have some entertainment news stories besides the Grammys. I'm going to mention this one, and I think that's probably going to be enough, and we'll have to go over to the clips. But Jon Stewart was a huge New York sports fan. However, he wore Philadelphia Eagles gear to Saturday night's New York Knicks game at Madison Square Garden because he lost a bet to Knicks superstar Jalen Brunson.
Oh my gosh.
So back in September, Stewart and Brunson made a friendly wager with each other over the outcome of the Giants and Eagles game. Since they are fans of both teams, respectively. The terms of the bet, Stewart would wear an Eagles jersey to a Knicks game. If Philly won, Brunson would wear a jersey of Stewart's choice to MSG. The Eagles came out on top, of course. So Stewart wore a Saquon Barkley Eagles jersey to Saturday night's game, which is a double whammy for Giants fans. Brunson gave Stewart a hug at the game as he was elated to see his beloved Eagles repped at a Knicks game before the team plays in the Super Bowl. And you should see his face, Jon Stewart's face. He just looks, and he's doing it on purpose. He's got this old man sullen look on his face.
And is that
he's wearing a bucket hat.
Yeah, I
he
thought
just
so.
looks goofy as hell. But he was a good sport, and he didn't welch on the bet.
No, that'd be the worst thing you could possibly do in a bet like that.
And he made good on it. So, John, nice job. But we know John grew up listening to Pierre, and, so he's got ties to Philly, but he is a New York sports fan. But he went ahead and made good on it.
Love
which
it.
I thought
I don't
was
think
pretty cool.
it's hard to, if you welch on a sports bet case, it's hard to come back from that, correct?
Oh, especially in that area.
Especially in that area, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to jump right to the clips. So Sophie Thatcher plays an erratic android named Iris in the movie Companion. The android eventually turns deadly, and here Sophie describes shifting in and out of consciousness for the role.
Even though I have the contacts, you feel like there's nothing behind my eyes, and it has to feel like powerless and just not human. So getting to that state was hard because there's always so much going on in my head, but it was just about shutting it off for a second.
What the hell are you talking about?
I like this gal. She's in the show Yellow Jackets, and she's kind of a standout character. Companion is already in theaters. Here's our next clip. American Dad is on his 21st season, and in this clip, D. Bradley Baker, who voices Klaus, talks about how the show continues to maintain its longevity.
Good writing.
Sweetheart.
Plain and simple. The show is still as funny as it's ever been, and they still take wild, fun, creative choices that are artistic and audacious and insulting and hilarious and wonderful, and I think it all gets down to that.
What the hell are you talking about?
New episode, American Dad, airs tonight. You will find that on TBS.
Quick, how many years did you say American Dad's been on?
I don't know if I did. Hang on a second here, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 21st season, Steve.
21st, because it was canceled and then brought back.
Oh.
And it kind of just sits there.
Yeah.
So they're big fans for American Dad.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That's the entertainment report for today. Monday, Super Bowl week. We're getting ready, man. In fact, I would like to thank Kathy's cousin Vicky for decorating our studio. You've got to see this ridiculous array of balloons hanging on our wall. Unlike anything I've ever seen. And Kathy, it looks like she threw everything but the kitchen sink in this one. Like she went crazy with this.
She did Eagles / Mardi Gras. She's got an eagle hanging. She's got a helmet. She's got balloons.
A fleur-de-lis.
Yeah.
To represent New Orleans. And she's got all kinds of sayings written on some of the balloons. Our logos are on the balloons.
Yeah, so if you ever hear me talk about my cousin who's an influencer, this is her. So Vicky started doing balloons years ago. She went to order balloons and she was like, I could do this myself. And now she owns this business, Balloons by Victoria, and she does luxury custom balloons for all occasions. But she posts these videos, these time-lapse videos of her creating these balloon creations. And she has become an Instagram influencer. People from all over the world started to follow her. And so she posts these videos. And she came in on Friday and decorated our studio and did a great job. But you can follow her on Instagram. It's Balloons by Victoria DZ.
I don't care that this is all balloons. I'm sure if you were to take this off and try to hold it all up, it's got to be pretty heavy.
You know what? It's she carries it all in herself.
Really?
And she shoves all. She does like clusters of balloons. She'll put them in plastic bags, and she just carries the plastic bags in with her.
Yeah, it's damn impressive. So we are about as festive as you could possibly get here in our studio for the big week, and we got to check in with Birdbot. We got to find out what's going on, and we are kicking off. We actually kicked it off on Friday. But our Pep Rally concert series, what does that mean? That means some of our musical friends of the Preston and Steve show throughout the week are going to be doing their version of the Eagles fight song. Today we are going to get started early with our good friend G Love. He's going to be checking in about 25, 30 minutes.
Yes.
And we're going to have him perform the Eagles fight song live on the air with us today. I love it.
Yeah.
Not only that, but we are going to be revealing some information about a concert announcement a little bit later on today. And we're also going to check in with our buddy Matt O'Donnell to find out if there's any more details about the Northeast Philly plane crash over the weekend. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Daylight, so just try to relax, and you always heard me say go back to basics, so we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to protect.
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. They're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's, is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to the Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's that's Truc Nhu.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc Nhu. Truc.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck you.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, "I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry." And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Truc Nhu decided to return after...
I can never sell them for less. My heart is broken, and I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War, CW,
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it
was.
for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. He's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all as a week.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips.
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh.
Left. Right. Left.
2 marks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to the
That
dog.
is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast, and you never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
did we even say the words skiing eye dog?
Nick just
oh,
said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Are you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up on the chair.
Kath, so we in just a few minutes are going to have joining us on the program our good friend G Love. And he will be the first artist this week who's going to be participating in our Pep Rally concert series. And these are various musicians that we are friends with, musically incredibly talented people, as they check in with us and give us their version of the Eagles fight song.
Well, there's a nice roster this week, too.
Yeah. Yep, we will reveal those as we go along through the week. We had Kate Flannery started on Friday, which was great.
By the way, also dropped the biggest curse cluster she's ever dropped on the show.
Yeah, we had to reel her in.
I was watching a reel over the weekend about how the Eagles fight song had its resurgence, and we have this right here, which is this is Bobby Manshore in the Pep Band.
Yeah,
and I didn't realize it, but he was the whole reason that this thing that had its resurgence.
He was the one who sort of breathed it back into life.
He breathed it back into life. He changed the lyrics at first because at first back in the 40s or whatever, it was always Fight Eagles Fight.
Yeah,
and then he turned it into Fly Eagles Fly.
Right.
And then the second verse is Fight Eagles Fight.
I wonder if he has any sort of a percentage ownership of. I'd probably not.
Nah.
I'm thinking not, probably.
Yeah.
But we'll get versions of it throughout the week, so you got to get set. All right. Now, besides all that, Birdbot was busy this weekend. Birdbot was picked up by listener Kevin on Friday to start the whole thing. Nick went to Broad and Pattison to launch Birdbot because we're going from Broad Street to Bourbon Street. That's the whole mission for Birdbot. And Kevin picked him up. He was doing some work in Cape May. So Birdbot spent the day in lovely Cape May, New Jersey, and came back with pictures of Birdbot at the lighthouse and at Washington Square and out on the beach and at a variety of spots. And then Birdbot did a tour, came back to the general area, and then just was bouncing all over the place.
Yeah,
this
he
weekend.
wasn't in one area. He was all over the place.
So you can track him on the website. Marissa's doing constant updates. We have the 4 Apple AirTags on board, and I kept going. How the hell did he get here? How the hell did he get over here?
Well, and I was like, I'm like, oh, okay, he got gas at Wawa.
He was at the Ridley Y.
Yeah.
He was at Jake's in Westchester. Jake's Bar.
I was happy to see Jake's pop up on there.
Same.
That's really cool. And then where else? Made it to the Elmwood Park Zoo, Brian Dawkins, and got a picture with him.
Got a picture with Dawkins and a lot of fans. Like different families were taking pictures with Dawkins and Birdbot.
Yep. And then Nick, there was a picture with a cow. Where did that happen?
It was at the Old Nick's Original Roast Beef in Westchester, PA. And it took me a second. Because when you see the pictures of Birdbot, you think of him as an animate object, and of course he's an inanimate object. And so I look at the picture, I'm like, wait, is that a real cow or is that a
Right.
fake? You know,
Same thing.
That cow's all
took me a
taped up.
second.
Yeah.
And we talk about him like he's real. I'm like, well, where is he?
Yeah,
Where's
he's a
he
little
now?
guy.
Birdbot has picked up some graffiti along the way. There are people that are starting to sign it, which
okay.
is that's up for you. That's fine. And so we've got signatures and stickers and things like that are starting to adorn Birdbot's body.
Do you believe there are parallels between Birdbot and the story of Pinocchio, where we can will him to life? I think at this point he's now become a sentient being.
He's
Correct?
close. He's close.
Seems to be.
At some point,
I mean,
maybe he'll be moving and alive.
It takes some brains to be able to pump some gas.
Hang on. I've got Jen, who had Birdbot on Saturday night, calling in. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Jen. All right. So how did you come upon Birdbot?
I picked Birdbot up from Debbie, who had taken him down to the Rocky statue.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay.
And I guess he did kind of a bar crawl on Main Street in Manayunk. And I picked him up in Andorra about 5:30 on Saturday, and we took him up to the Great American Pub in Conchi.
Yeah, I got a picture of you sitting at a table with Birdbot. A friend of mine was there, and I was like, hey, get me pictures.
He was right next to us and said, oh, my God, I'm friends with Kathy, and I'm on the phone with her now saying I'm sitting next to Birdbot.
How was the reception to Birdbot at the Great American Pub?
Well, when we walked in, we got a few looks, which was expected, but then some people were like, oh, my God, it's Bird. And then there was a couple there from Pittsburgh that were like, what on earth is this? And when we told them what it was, they're like, wow, you guys are really diehard fans here.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Kind of. But, yeah, a bunch of people were taking pictures, and a few people signed it. And then someone who I guess was following social media came in and said, hey, can I take them? And I said, go for it.
Love it. And that's exactly how we want this to work.
Yeah.
I love that, Jen. That's perfect.
And just let you guys know, like, everyone is signing it. There are stickers. There's a few business cards on there. So everyone is leaving their mark on Birdbot.
And when he was in your possession, he seems like he's holding up pretty well, which is good. It seems like people are being a little loving of, because it's a 2.0 version. The tech is a little bit more delicate, but people seem to be respecting that, correct?
Very much so. He has a few little new adornments to him, which is fine. But yeah, he's holding up pretty good. Just make sure you plug him in every night if you're keeping him overnight.
Yes.
I love it.
So the lights keep working. That's wonderful. All right, Jen, you did great. Thank you so much for checking in. We appreciate it.
No worries. Go Birds.
Go Birds. Oh, that's great.
That's great.
That's what we
Yep.
want. Somebody on
That's
social
it.
media saw it and just showed up and was like, yeah, I'll take them.
I didn't see the pic with the dinosaurs in the back. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know where that is.
Did he go back in time?
So Marissa drew up a list of Birdbot's travels. And I can read these out to you. So Kevin picked up Birdbot in South Philly and then went to Cape May, and he was in a boiler room, and then he saw the ocean, the Grand Hotel, the Cape May Lighthouse, went to the Ridley YMCA, then Old Original Nick's Roast Beef in Westchester, like you said, Nick. They had breakfast. Birdbot had breakfast at the Market Street Grill in Westchester, fueled up at Wawa, then went to Jake's Bar, grab a little day drink.
Yep.
Then reunited with Brian Dawkins at the Elmwood Park Zoo Eagles pep rally, and was held up like Simba over the crowd and met lots of Birdbot fans as well.
I'm curious I want to hear from Kevin whether or not Brian Dawkins remembers the original Birdbot in Minneapolis.
He told me he didn't.
Oh, man.
So I messaged Brian over the weekend and politely urged, I messaged Kevin over the weekend and politely urged him to pass him along because Kevin had him for a while. And but he wanted to meet Brian Dawkins, which is really cool. And he got to. And I was like, well, how many inanimate bird robots has Brian Dawkins met over the? I mean, he's met a lot of guys and a lot of people. I can see how he'd forget people. I don't see how he would forget Birdbot, but apparently he just was more confused than anything.
All right. After the Elmwood Park Zoo rally, he was handed off to Debbie and then did a bar tour through Roxborough, Manayunk, and East Falls. Stopped at Pop's Bar, Throwbacks, Peck Miller's Bar, Murphy's, the Crescent Inn, went to Bayou, Speedy Beverage during the Manayunk Freeze Out Festival. Then Birdbot hit the Rocky statue, was handed off to Jen, who went to the Great American Pub, who we just spoke to. And then Meredith got Birdbot after that and took an Orange Theory class.
Okay.
I wondered how he ended up at an Orange Theory.
Yep.
Where was he? Which one? Was he on the one in Conshohocken?
It doesn't say.
Oh, okay.
Then went to Evolution Candy. Is that out in
I don't know where
Conchie
that
Way?
is.
Oh, it was Orange Theory of Doylestown, Kath.
Oh,
Doylestown,
wow.
okay.
Oh, geez, okay.
Then it was handed off to Tim, who took him on a tour of Bucks County. Stopped at the Bucks County Playhouse, Peddler's Village.
Wow.
Preppy Pets, Penn Tavern.
Oh, my gosh.
And then was handed off to Ryan and went to Jasper's in Conshohocken,
Okay.
where you have to have the, what is it?
The Miss Scarlet.
The Miss Scarlet.
Right.
Thank you. That's a cocktail there. And then that's the last we heard from Birdbot. So hang on. We have some other callers that are checking in. I'm going to Tim. Hey, Tim, good morning, man.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so you actually had Birdbot at one point?
I picked him up from Orange Theory and took him on the Bucksco tour. And Steve was just asking about the dinosaurs. That's outside the Vampire Museum in Doylestown.
Oh, okay.
There is a vampire museum in Doylestown?
Yes, there is.
I'm writing that down.
That is cool. And so the dinosaurs are part of the Vampire Museum, or are they just adjacent to it?
It's part of the sculpture garden. It's it's a place that sells sculptures. So
Okay. Oh, it looks cool. It literally looks as if Birdbot has traveled back to the Jurassic period.
But Tim, was that your comment that said distant relatives?
Yes. Well, then I went by the emu farm, and the emus came up and were checking out Birdbot. But
well, they all do. You're right. As we've learned from Jurassic Park, they're most closely dinosaurs are most close are closest to birds.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I didn't see any emu pictures. Did those get posted?
Here's one.
Oh, it's just you were driving by. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one. I've never seen a white emu before. I always thought they were kind of a darker color.
By the way, Birdbot is particularly photogenic when he's sitting in the passenger seat of a car.
Yeah.
Right?
With his beak sticking out of his helmet.
Make sure you buckle him up.
Nice work, Tim. Where did you hand him off, or who did you hand him off to?
I handed him off at Penn Tap Room in Doylestown yesterday at noon.
Okay. All right. Done and done. Well, thank you for the heads up, and we appreciate you taking him around, man.
Not a problem. Take care, guys.
Nice work, Tim.
So we still have a couple of days, obviously, where he's going to stay local, and we'd like that journey to continue around to as many locations and to as many separate people as possible.
Oh, and also Ryan took him to Escapeopolis Escape Room in Lansdale.
How'd he do?
I don't know, but you know what? That's one I told you we've done almost every single escape room in the area, and I've not been to Escapeopolis yet. So I'm going to add that to my list of ones to go by. I mean, because after all, it's Birdbot approved now, right? So I got to go there. Hold on. Ashley is checking in with a question about Birdbot. Hi, Ashley. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's going on, Ashley?
Well, I am heading down to New Orleans with Four Walls Whiskey, and we wanted to invite Birdbot to come to a shot with us.
Oh. You're going to with Four Walls Whiskey. When are you leaving?
We leave Friday on the charter with the Philly Sports Trip crew.
Oh, wow. All right, so
that might
here's what we're kind of hoping for, Ashley, and I appreciate your interest in Birdbot.
Wonderful.
We're hoping that someone can drive Birdbot. We have some concerns about flying with Birdbot.
Yes.
Whether or not he would be allowed as a carry-on or not.
Is he TSA acceptable?
Yeah, and
We don't want to get left at the airport.
and we want to get some pictures along the way
Yes.
on a drive. But listen, we want Birdbot to end up at your tasting event in New Orleans for sure. So we're going to work on that, okay?
Awesome. Yeah, we can get him up on the stage with Fred Minnick and Rob McElhenney if we want.
Oh, there we go.
All right.
Done deal.
We got to
We'll
do that.
make it happen.
And he would have to take some shots, right, Ashley?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's a shot glass that's actually attached
Right.
to his wing.
Yes.
There is.
One of his wings has a shot glass on it for those who want to drink.
Prepared.
I mean, listen.
There was. I don't know if it's still there or not.
The initial, like when we handed this thing off to Kevin, there was the. I'm sorry. Did I?
Ashley, we're going to let you go, but let's stay in touch, okay?
All right, go Birds.
Go Birds. All right, thank you. All right, Case, go ahead.
The initial, like when we released Birdbot, Press, you revealed that whoever has Birdbot can go see Brian Dawkins with it. You know, there are some things going on down in New Orleans that if you do end up having Birdbot, you might be able to gain access to.
Right.
You know, so please keep that in mind.
It's almost like a press pass.
Yeah, it's almost like a press pass. So we have the four walls thing going on, working on a couple of other ththings. But I feel like you can't do all this stuff, right?
Well, that's it. And so what's happening is some people were saying about and they were posting on the Facebook page that they were wondering if someone was holding on to Birdbot too long. You get Birdbot, spend your time, and then pass them along, because the key is we want as many locations locally, and then we'd like to see that mirrored when Birdbot gets to New Orleans.
But then at some point, we're going to have to find a way to coordinate and see what we can do to get the word out to somebody who's driving to New Orleans we're hoping on Wednesday. So Birdbot can get down to New Orleans, spend a couple of days around town on Bourbon Street, here and there, Jackson Square, and then maybe making it to the Four Walls event and all that stuff.
So we're fine with if we're able to coordinate with one person or a caravan that is going down and send Birdbot with that group or that person who's driving down, correct?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're gonna try to, maybe if somebody can reach out to us, we'll try to put them in touch with whoever has Birdbot at the time when we're ready for them.
Right.
When they're heading out. Marissa wants to comment real quick.
I want to make this super easy. DM the Birdbot Instagram account if you're going down.
Okay.
It's the easiest way, and then we can connect all the people. That's how we've been talking to the people who have them. Follow Birdbot Philly on Instagram and DM the account.
And those accounts are linkable right off PrestonandSteve.com. Right at the top of the page, you'll see the Birdbot picture. That's where you go.
All right. All right. That's your Birdbot update, by the way, so thank you. And we'll continue to follow Birdbot's travelers as he makes his way to New Orleans, starting on Wednesday, but in the meantime, circulating in the area. All right, it's time to kick off our Pep Rally concert series. And man, do we have somebody who is perfect to do this. We're so excited because we called him up and he said, absolutely, I will do this. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome via Zoom, joining us this morning, we have G Love. What's up, man?
Bird to the bone.
Man, it's so exciting right now, brother. It is just like, and where you can feel it, right? All your friends are fired up about this.
Oh, yeah, dude. It's freaking awesome. I was just down last week playing 2 shows at the City Winery, and man, it was just crazy leading up to the NFC championship game, walking around town there on Saturday, and everybody was wearing Eagles jerseys. Dogs were wearing Eagles jerseys. The town was on fire, man.
What's it like? Because we've been here obviously throughout all of this. We were here 2 years ago. We were here in 2018, and so we're experiencing it as Philadelphians in Philadelphia. But what's it like for somebody who grew up here, knows the city as well as you do, is a huge fan, but you don't get to be here as much as we do? Like, do you see other people wearing Eagles hats or Eagles jerseys? Like, what's it like for you when you're not in Philadelphia?
Yeah, it's been fun the last couple of years just to kind of see. I think the Eagles is just getting to be just a super popular team across the country, because I travel a lot and I see a lot of people wearing bird hats in different cities, walking around, and on the airplanes and stuff like that. So you're always like, "Go Birds, go Birds!" And they give you that right, "Go Birds."
I was watching a couple of sports shows over the weekend, and they were kind of indicating, at least, whether it be that people are sick of the Chiefs getting to the big game and succeeding, and obviously they're a great team. The Eagles are kind of the favorite here, at least that's the perception. And are you feeling that as well?
I feel like we're going to smash them, man. I feel like it's going to be a blowout.
You know what? And you know where it started? Last night at the Grammys with Taylor Swift's blowout, because she absolutely lost every award. So there we go.
Wow. Yeah, well, let's keep that trend going through next Sunday, because, I think it's going to be look, this team is going to be fired up for the rematch. We're firing on all cylinders. The team is relatively healthy. I mean, knock on wood, and everybody's just. I feel like it could be one of those things that could be explosive. It could be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So you keep your fingers crossed and hope for the best. And you're actually going to figure into our newly formed ritual to help get us that victory.
Yeah, we're gonna get G playing the song here in just a moment. I want to ask you though. You played the gigs at City Winery. I had some friends that went to that. awesome time. You're going to be hitting the road again this summer. Is that a different thing that you're doing with some other people, or what's happening?
Yeah, G-Love and Special Sauce be on the road with Dispatch, Australia's legendary John Butler trio, and our friend Donovan Frankenrider, and then another band called Illiterate Light, who I haven't played with yet, so I don't know. But yeah, we're joining Dispatch on their big tour, so it's going to be an awesome tour.
Dispatch is one of those bands that I am amazed at how great they are, and they never really got any radio play. It was just all word of mouth, and they did this live special a few years ago from MSG, and it was just one of these things where I found myself watching it every single time it came on. It was on that old MTV Live channel that doesn't even exist anymore, and it was so damn good, and it's so cool to see them continuing to tour, to continue to be viable live act. How long have you known those guys?
Man, I've known them since, I don't know, I guess since they first started up. But, yeah, I'm trying to think. I think that New York special you're talking about was a couple years ago, meaning like 25 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's exactly. I remember watching it in like 2002 thinking this is brand new.
So I like the way your time frame works. But yeah, I like that. But, no, but those guys are great. The one thing that's really notable about their performance is the singing and the harmonies, because all 5 of the guys in the band are wonderful singers, and it's like the harmonies are on par with Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, like our generation's kind of version of those harmonies. It's really wonderful. It's beautiful. The show's great.
On another subject, I was telling these guys before we came on the air today that I had a lot of your kitchen sink chocolate bars.
Okay.
And I gave major thumbs up. It put me in mind of like a higher end, like a real higher end Nestle's Crunch thing going on. It was really good. So, and the fact that that is for charity and benefits Project Home, correct? Are they selling well? Gee, do we know?
Yeah, it's been really cool. So it's a collaboration I did with Eclat Chocolate, Christopher Curtin, who's out in Westchester. And yeah, we wanted to get together and do something for Project Home, which is to help give relief to people struggling with the opioid epidemic, especially if you've been down to Kensington, you know what I'm talking about. It's a really bad shape down there. The bar is awesome. The kitchen sink for all you late night munchy monsters like me, it's perfect. And yeah, super high-end gourmet chocolate, and yeah, it's sold out. So we're now on the second run of it.
Yeah,
so awesome. It's been a success. So thanks to everybody that's been enjoying that.
I just want to give you some kudos for the jersey that you're wearing right now. It's one of my favorite Eagles of all time. You're wearing Reggie White. My dog's name is Reggie, named after Reggie White. So,
love it, man. Hey, listen. Gee, before we get your song, I was just it was a couple of months ago. I put on Philadelphonic and went through the whole album, and just, dude, it's just the coolest music. You managed to come up with this really unique blend of hip hop and blues and make it, you know, just this really unique sound. And you know, it's just. Do you feel like you kind of created something that other people weren't doing at all? I mean, it just seems like I can't compare it to anything I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, we call it the hip hop blues, and you know, really, I mean, you know, and I'm not just saying it, but it really was. My music kind of came out of where I came from, which is the city of Philadelphia, and just growing up listening to, you know, hip hop radio, Lady B's Street Beat on Power 99 FM, and then also growing up, you know, listening to classic rock on MMR, going to the Philadelphia Folk Fest, getting to see the blues acts that were coming through Philly, and growing up in the hip hop community. And then one day the two sounds just kind of converged when I was playing on South Street.
So it was just appreciating all those different styles and kind of learning each one of them, and it just kind of fell in place, huh?
It really did. And you know, like I'm serious, it's something in the water.
Yeah,
it is. We talk about this all the time. The time, Preston, you remember when we went out to his car to listen to a demo.
Philadelphonic. Yeah, you played us a demo of it. It was unreal. And by the way, That should be the name of an album for you, G. Something in the Wooder, spelled Wooder. That ought to be it. I'm giving you that, even though you said it.
I like that. I like it. Like my good friend Johnny Valentine said, I'll drink Philly tap water till the day I die, even if that's what kills me.
Oh my God. So when you hit the road, and I know you just played here, and it's already too early to ask if you're going to be back in Philly playing any more shows. Any idea, or are you going to hook that up later on?
Well, I'm trying. I'm just kind of. I haven't studied the schedule, but I'm assuming that the summer tour with Dispatch is coming.
It does.
through there.
It brings you to the Met. So that's Saturday,
perfect, yeah.
June 28th, and tickets are on sale on Friday at 7 a.m. I'm sorry, Friday the 7th at 10 a.m.
There you go.
All right. Well, without further ado, do you mind for our pep rally concert series giving us your version of the Eagles fight song?
I thought you'd never ask. Go Birds.
Here we go. T-Love.
Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fly, fly for a touchdown. 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em go. Hit 'em high. Watch your Eagles fly. Oh, shit, I'm really messed up, man. Can I start over?
No.
Actually,
yeah.
So we can't even hear your guitar for whatever reason. I think it's too loud for the microphone's cutting it off on your laptop there.
All right, let me try playing a little something.
Okay.
Can you hear it now like this?
No.
No, we can hear you
so
speaking, but we
weird.
can't hear your guitar at all.
It's almost like your guitar is copyrighted and they're not letting us hear it.
Do you want to like pause me for a second and I'll go into the settings and try to change that?
Yeah, sure,
absolutely.
Sure. Yeah, well, in fact, there's a phone call coming in real quick, and I'll take that while you're getting that set up, okay? So I'm going to put G on hold for just a moment. Let me go over here to Nick, who's got something to say. Hey, Nick, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning. How are you? Go Birds.
Go Birds. What's up, bud?
Not much. So my dad listens to you guys every morning. I'm at work here. I'm a paramedic in South Jersey, and he calls me. He goes, yo, call in right now. See if you can drive this Birdbot down to New Orleans. So me and my whole family are RVing down. After we won the game on Sunday, we were all at the game. We got back to Jersey, and we're like, all right, we got to make a plan. We got to go down. So we got an RV. We're leaving Thursday afternoon, hitting the road about 20 hours, and we're partying all weekend. Doing the Super Bowl. And if you guys are looking for a ride for this thing to go down, I would love to help you guys out and have this thing march on Bourbon Street.
Is this Nikki No Pants?
Yo, yeah, it is.
What's up, Nikki No Pants? So that's fantastic. Nikki No Pants is a great dude, a huge MMR listener. We chatted over Instagram from time to time. How many people are heading down with you?
So 5 of us in the RV, and then my mom, my aunt, my uncle, the older heads are all flying down, so there's going to be
the older heads.
12 of us.
Yeah, the only issue really is that we want to get them on the road earlier so that we can check in with Birdbot or whoever has Birdbot on Friday morning.
But go ahead.
We're leaving Thursday afternoon with like stops and stuff. We're probably going to get down there like Friday at maybe 12-ish.
Yeah, that would be after. So it'd be after the money shot of checking in Friday morning.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's an awesome offer.
But here's what I'm going to do, Nick. We're going to have you hang on. I'm going to get your information. If for some reason we can't find anybody,
right?
Yeah,
we definitely want to be on board with you. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, hang on, Nikki No Pants.
Good man.
We'll see what we can. See what we can
Put
do.
your pants up.
All right, so we'll see how that works out. All right, we're going to go back to G Love, who is joining us via Zoom, and we'll see if we've got his audio now. He is playing his guitar, but I'm not hearing anything, man.
You're not hearing it?
No, and we can hear you speak just fine. That is really weird.
Can you move the computer a little farther away?
It's the damnedest thing. We can hear him clear as a bell.
Yeah. Hold on. Marissa has a suggestion. She's whispering in Casey's ear.
What if he drives over here real quick?
Can you just come over real quick?
Hold on.
Sam, our assistant producer, is saying that there's a setting called Original Sound for Musicians. Where is that?
Original sounds for musicians on Zoom. Okay.
Really?
That's pretty wild.
Hey, do you have a soldering gun by any chance?
Enable original sound.
Wait, that sounds different.
Sounds better.
Oh, geez, this is great morning radio.
I didn't know.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, I don't know what you put on, but we can now hear your heartbeat. It's amazing. We can hear you digesting breakfast.
Tune in and hear your dad try to figure out the tech. Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, cool. You can hear it? Okay, great.
We got it, Jay. Now we're ready for you.
You can hear it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Woo! All right. Fly, eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fly, eagles, fly, score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high. March our eagles, fly, fly, eagles, fly on the road to victory.
E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! We did it!
We did it.
We beat technology!
Yeah. That's what we needed, man.
Dude, there's a job in Silicon Valley waiting for you right now.
If we can do that, we're definitely beating the Chiefs.
Oh, God, I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, my man. Listen, thanks for getting up early and joining us, bud. It is always good to talk to you.
It's great to see you guys and talk to you guys.
You
Much
are-
love to the city of brotherly love, and let's all celebrate next Monday, baby.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, G-Love. He's a Philly treasure, ladies and gentlemen. G-Love. Go Birds! And that's how we do it right there.
Let's remember that setting.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, we have to take a break, so we're going to do that very thing. It's a good note to end on. We'll come back in a second. We'll get to some bizarre file stories just for you. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle. Oh, my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
there
knew we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
one
it's the one way out where
I know
we
what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're
but
talking
the girl
Valley
who
of Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kinda hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kinda hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know,
Viral is not, yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit. But some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice.
That's
We're
a thing?
watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
While Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is. Phillip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
All right.
What's going on?
They're throwing
I don't
shade.
know.
They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPICT.
That's right.
They're making fun of the hair flip?
Yes.
I would make fun of the mom dance instead. I mean, the hair
I've been
flip is the only
flipping
thing
my
that
hair
was
like
legit.
that since high school.
Right?
Yeah.
I
It's like
it
a
all.
stupid, you're drunk, flip your hair.
I like Lindsay's thing, and I like the mock thing. I think it looks cute.
So anyhow, they did a thing about that thing.
Wow.
There was a
It's just it.
Wow.
The original thing has been followed by another thing.
This is what constitutes as news these days, folks.
Over the weekend, a thing occurred which was immediately followed by two rejoinder thingies.
Pregnant Meghan Markle's sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay, no. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance, but some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has She has.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yes. I mean, that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry.
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap, fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa wappa.
By the
That's the
way,
royal family version of fap.
why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, yo, dude, I can see your panties?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack, love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so...
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race... Oh, my God. I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I
can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick. Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by it outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy, it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the...
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no, because
and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Oh, not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted, you know?
Hey, more FM's right over there.
Right. Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh, my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
How? But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear.
All right, I'll just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So I had to...
I smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So it ended up...
Take your dog for a walk.
So...
I left it there.
All right, so a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had...
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to luckily I had... Nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no,
good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion in makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh, no. It gets better. Okay. So then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, dude, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right. So I can't, like, if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're going to go, well, who pooped here
and look at security.
And they're going to look at security and they're going to see me like all ashamed crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
Hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home.
And this was all because of what?
Freaking Shake Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over
By
at
the loading docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah, I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I do. Believe me. I'm not. This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Yeah. Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back, and that's noble.
Yeah. Well, Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both, and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned it.
We'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
nothing to notice.
That's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
I see nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named. It's 2018 Sexiest Man Alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Kathy?
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
What do you think? Are you an Idris Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at.
Let her drink him in.
Yeah, I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate.
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island?
No, like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my God, he's so hot. Like this guy's like, he probably gives would give you
a chance to go through the Grammy Awards, but I'll kind of break that back down again when we get into music news. Later on this morning, we're going to welcome a guest on because obviously the plane crash in Northeast Philly over the weekend was just unbelievable, and the more video that has come out as going along, the more you can see firsthand how bad this was and how much worse it could have been.
Exactly.
So we wanted to get our latest, and we need a figure of authority who's got his finger on the pulse of the details and things that are going on. So we want to welcome our good friend from 6ABC, Mr. Matt O'Donnell is joining us this morning. Matt, are you there, sir? Is he joining us via Zoom, Casey?
Yeah, he's on Zoom.
All right, I have Zoom on and turned up, but I don't hear anything as of yet. So we're having Zoom issues. So. All right. Well, let me know when he is ready to go, and we will chat with him. So, the first video footage I saw was from a Ring doorbell camera, and already I thought that was, oh my gosh, I've never seen quite clear footage of a plane crash
in progress.
like this before. It sounds like we're about to go on with Matt here in a second.
That video was,
but then more videos started popping up even closer to, and I was like, oh my God.
Do you know what was very telling in that video, which was shown many, many times over and over again from that Ring doorbell camera, Preston, when the explosion took place, it was in night mode. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when the explosion took place, all the colors popped up around because it was so bright, it activated day mode on the thing. That's how... Again, we tend to reference things based on what we've seen in the movies, and that's exactly what all of this looked like. We could not believe what I was seeing.
Well, and in that same video, Steve, you can also see how the plane, literally dropped out of the air when it nosedived.
Yeah, it was a very steep descent, and part of that we were talking off air was maybe why there wasn't more damage, because it wasn't at a more flat angle and wiping out, row homes and things like that.
And in that area, again, when I saw the explosion, we were seeing it over the crest of row homes. I'm like, in that area, oh my God. Because listen, the loss of life is tragic. I believe 7 people, and then 22, 23 people are still dealing with injuries. But think of, I was expecting to wake up Saturday morning, Preston, to a dramatically elevated death toll, and it didn't happen.
I thought mass casualties, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, so it fortunately, where it landed was a part of the reason why. It was more of a parking lot than homes. Obviously, it was right by the mall there. But a series of if it would have landed in the middle of traffic, would have been a whole other scenario.
The footage that, of countless amounts of footage, but there's literally footage from within that diner of a piece of shrapnel clipping a guy's head a little bit lower.
Knocks his hat off.
Yeah, a little bit lower. Deadly. Yeah. So all the things that could have happened.
All right, we're gonna talk to Matt on the phone. We're gonna try to set up a Zoom call, but we've got him now. Matt, can you hear me all right, man?
Yeah, sorry about that. Just technology. It is what it is sometimes.
Yeah, we've been having issues as well. So Matt, we wanted to check in with you, just see if if there's any details that we may have missed out on yet, as far as the injuries, the aftermath, and all this stuff. What have you guys been covering?
Well, we can tell you that, unfortunately, 7 people were killed, 6 were on the plane, 1 person was on the ground in a car. We don't have the identity of the person on the ground yet. We have the identities of all the people on the plane. That's on our website, 6abc.com. The big question, how did this happen, is still something we just don't know right now. And NTSB, I'm sure, as people saw down in D.C., they're very methodic. They're among the best organizations in the entire world when it comes to doing its job. Normally they'll go out there and they'll just say, this is what, we're going to be looking for, and then they will start doing their work. So that's underway. People in Northeast Philadelphia, and I'm sure you've been talking to them on your radio program this morning, they are still just utterly shocked by this happening. People who saw it in person, it's just utterly frightening to see a plane look like a missile going straight down into the ground. And some of the people we spoke to, I'll just read a couple quotes for you. I still feel like I'm stuck in a nightmare. It is so weird. Everything's very sad. Another person says, it's like a desert. Nobody, no action, no nothing. The stores are closed. And Corey Davis was out in the scene for us this morning. There is still debris all over the place. When you have the velocity and the size of this plane coming down under the ground like that, it just makes things go everywhere. And so there is a lot to do at the scene.
It's something, and we see things like this. Obviously, we just saw something, obviously, in Washington, in D.C., with that horrible plane crash and collision. And this particular one, I think all of us are still in processing mode, because there is a plethora of things you consider. And we were just talking about this, Matt, where it hit. Yards in either direction could have been dramatically worse. And I mean, obviously, any loss of life is horrific. But the fact that it came down at the angle that it came down, where it came down, I mean, it's our understanding that there is an 8-foot crater from which they retrieved the data recorder. Is that correct?
That's how far it went into the ground on impact. And these black boxes, they are designed to withstand force, and they say it's not damaged to the point where they're useless. So that there's going to be some information they take from that. But like you said, again, change the angle of the plane, change the yards of which the impact happened. There are so many homes there. This is a densely packed neighborhood. There are people all over. There's a gas station. I mean, if it crashed into homes, the whole neighborhood could have caught fire. I mean, this plane literally just took off. It's filled with fuel. And that's why you saw such a huge explosion, all that fuel going up in flames.
Right.
Well, and you did see some of the cars abandoned. People, I guess, had to jump out and run. I was watching your broadcast on Friday evening, Matt, on 6ABC, and you guys had a number of reporters out there. I think it was Brianna Smith, and I'm not sure if you know or not, but she was reporting from like blocks away, and they actually found some debris that they had to alert the authorities about. Do you know how far away she was? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, she was probably kept quite a distance at that point because of it being such a fresh scene. But yes, they're going to be finding debris that they don't know about at this point this morning, probably for several days. It just scattered all over the place. And when it comes to trying to figure out what happened, I'm sure that mechanical failure of some sort is going to be high on the top of the list, because this was a flight to carry a child who had just received some medical treatment in Philadelphia back to Mexico. This is a methodical route. This is a very important flight, and obviously something went definitely wrong.
So 30 seconds after takeoff, approximately, this happens. This is a medical flight, so on board are, and I heard a number of experts addressing this, there are oxygen tanks and all the things you would associate with transporting someone who was, had been treated, some sort of medical condition. We don't know exactly what. But they said that they don't believe that the oxygen tanks, which can prove problematic when you hit a certain altitude, had anything to do with this. So it's still completely, no one is completely sure as to what happened, but it happened dramatically and quickly, correct?
Yes. You know how everything's recorded these days. And when a plane crashes, there's a very good chance that it's going to be videotaped. And I just personally can't get out of my mind how that plane just went straight down. It was vertical, going straight into the earth. So, yeah, the NTSB, again, they're one of the finest organizations on earth. They, I know you people hear this, they roll their eyes, but air safety is among the best when it comes to our transportation system.
Sure.
Things happen and they make big news because it's terrifying. If you're a passenger on a plane, you can't do anything about it. You just sit there.
Yeah, if you look at the numbers of flights per day, per hour, whatever it is, the rate at which there are really bad incidents like this are minimal compared, and it's unfortunately it's going to happen from time to time. Matt, what about the neighborhood? What's the latest on people being able to access their homes or businesses that are in that area?
Yeah, we're still working on that. Obviously, there's a lot of damage. There were fires that broke out, and obviously the debris, the hole in the ground needs to be repaired. But the first and foremost that they need to do is they need to start gathering their evidence. And also, you got to have your hearts go out to the people who were injured. 22 people injured.
Yeah.
Several of them are still in the hospital right now. And your hearts also go out to people in the neighborhood, the people who live directly around this area. This is a nightmare come alive, and it's going to be very traumatic for these people for quite some time.
So a couple of questions concerning that. I assume, has anything been put into place to deal with people who are going to have to be dealing with something akin to post-traumatic stress from this? I mean, there were people who had what you'd classically refer to as the 1,000-yard stare that you guys were talking to that just couldn't believe what they were seeing. I assume, and as you made reference to, for a long time, people are going to be dealing with this psychologically in the area.
Yeah, we spoke to one person who, I don't know if you heard him on his video, he's shouting, "Does anyone need help? Can I help someone?" The fires are burning right then. He said the explosions, everything happened at the same time, and then you get this instinct if you're going to run away or you're going to run toward it and help people. That's what this guy did. His name is Kyle Sokolowski, and that's what people in this area do. They go out and they help. It's a traumatic situation. There's an uncertainty of what happened right after the crash, but there were people out there ahead of the first responders who also did a wonderful job, who were trying to help people. And I personally am touched when I see that kind of stuff.
Governor Shapiro made reference to that. I wanted to ask you, Matt, about the report that obviously it was full of fuel. It had just taken off, and a lot of that fuel had sprayed across a number of blocks. If that is the case, what do they do with that? And what are how long will cleanup plans? Because obviously everything in that area is evidence right now. And then you have to actually do the cleanup, and then there are chemicals, and I'm sure there are things aboard the flight in general that might be toxic or a problem for people in the area.
Yeah, that's the city of Philadelphia is going to have people on that case. You mentioned the trauma that people experience. The city will obviously have some counselors being made available. They have to have environmental investigators to go out to the scene, check to make sure things are safe, take air quality samples. And so everyone's going to be doing their homework. But, sitting here this morning, 2 days later, 3 days later, it's still I'm completely shocked by the video that I saw.
Yeah.
And honestly, again, as we said at the beginning of this, it is a tragedy for sure, but it could have been so much dramatically worse.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, Northeast Philadelphia is one of all neighborhoods in Philadelphia are densely packed, but, those are row homes upon row homes and businesses and streets with traffic that's, day and night. People are in cars on it. I mean, you run through a whole bunch of scenarios, and yeah, you're right.
Hey, Matt, obviously you don't want to speculate at this point because this is still, under investigation, and they got a long ways to go before they can figure things out. But it appears from the video that, there was some type of fire on this aircraft. It looks like, anyhow, on its way down, because you see a bright light on its way down, and then it hits. Have you guys spoken to anyone in the in the aeronautical the field to say whether or not that they could indicate what that just visually was that they saw in the sky?
Yeah, we have a lot of contacts in the aeronautic industry, and I guarantee you we'll be hearing from some of those voices today. But I agree, it certainly does look like there was a fire pre-landing, pre-crash, and that would indicate that something catastrophic did happen on the plane. But obviously I'll leave that up to the NTSB to figure that out.
Okay. It's just one last quick question. The gentleman who we have the footage of him being clipped by a piece of shrapnel in a diner. Do we know his status?
No. My goodness.
Yeah.
Imagine that sitting in a diner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's video where there's another video where a guy just immediately after is walking out and you can hear him saying, "What happened here?"
Yeah.
Like you come upon that, you don't know it's a plane crash.
Right.
Sure.
Who has any idea?
I mean, you saw
How
all
about the Ring camera video?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
The multitude of Ring cameras and dash cameras we were talking earlier. Within minutes, you had 70 different videos of 70 different angles on this crash. It was mind-boggling.
It's the age we live in, right?
Yeah.
I can't get the Zoom to work. But
Yeah.
you have multiple angles of the crash.
Right.
It's this is the world we live in now.
Yeah. All right, Matt, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for giving us the latest.
Looking forward to talking to you guys on the air on Friday morning.
Yep,
You got
most
it.
definitely. All right, thank you.
All right, take care.
All right, Matt O'Donnell, guys, from 6ABC with the information. We'll obviously be following along there. Yeah, but he's right about that. The NTSB, there was a show I used to watch regularly. It was called Air Disasters. And they would take plane crash investigations and show you how they go through, how meticulous it is when they're investigating these crashes, because obviously the potential for loss of human life is huge, and they don't want to mess around with that. They want to make sure that they get every last little bit of detail. But they go back as far as, the pilots. What were the last couple of months like for them personally leading up to this? Like they go into that detail.
Wow.
Were they having trouble at home? Do they have a substance abuse issue that they've been hiding, or they go really deeper than you ever might imagine to, rather than just mechanically what may have happened.
And then they
so many
take
different things.
every piece of debris, and they place it out and sort of rebuild the aircraft. And go through it that way and comb to it. It is a meticulous thing because
and that's why it can take a long time.
Yeah. There's that scene in a totally different type of accident, but in Unbreakable with the train crash where he goes to the warehouse and they've recreated that stuff they do.
But you're right about PTSD. If you were there, it's not much different than an IUD or an IED exploding. And somebody experiencing that where it just happens out in the middle of nowhere, and all of a sudden it's raining down fire and body parts, and it's just, I don't know how you ever shake that.
Well, there's footage of a guy screaming something. He thought we were under attack. He figured, this is it. It's over.
Yeah.
Well, on the dash cams, you can see on the boulevard, which is a very busy road, that people just started slamming on their brakes and stopping because you saw the big explosion right in front of you. And then that one video, I think that you had mentioned, you hear the guy, he said he was filming because he didn't know what was going on. And then he said once he realized the severity of it, he stopped filming and ran to help people. But you can hear him saying, does anyone need help?
Yeah.
There's footage outside of an outside Dunkin' Donuts eating area with tables. And the guy's spinning, like he's looking at burning debris around the tables like,
what just happened?
What?
Yeah.
It was a rough couple of days at the end of last week. I mean, this happened on Friday. Steve, you mentioned the plane crash and the helicopter crash into the plane in D.C. on Wednesday night and a Thursday morning. And I was thinking about both of those things a lot over the weekend. And it occurred to me, and I'm not trying to minimize or make light of any of it, but I think that's part of the reason why people have responded so positively to Birdbot. Because it's this fun, little,
I think you're right.
ridiculous distraction that it's a bucket with a helmet on it and a fake little bird mask on the inside. But people need some positivity because it's been a really rough couple of weeks. And getting through January, it just took forever. That was 5.5 years of a month. And so, I was getting so many nice messages about our stupid little stunt with a bird bot going to, New Orleans. And it was because people were having a really hard time on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday.
I saw those too. Yeah. And you and also with anything like this, that's why people who are like the first responders or the rescue workers, the investigators, it's so important for their own mental stability that they take a break and walk from it. If you know anybody who's ever dealt with anybody who's has somebody's dealing with any sort of mental issue or whatever, and they're the caregiver for that person, they themselves have to watch. They have to walk away and take breaks because the weight of it is too much.
There was another incident in Houston. Did you guys see that?
There were a couple actually. Yeah,
what happened in Houston?
Well, they had to evacuate this aircraft.
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
Oh yeah,
no.
there was a fire on the plane, and they had to. They were starting to take off. I think they did take off, and they had to turn around and back land, and they had to they had to evacuate the aircraft, and they were interviewing those people. And there was a woman like crying her eyes out. I mean, like she thought they were going to die.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. People are. Did you see the footage? I think it was a military aircraft in Alaska, Preston, that basically looks like it fell out of the sky.
Yeah,
No.
Did you see that case? Yeah. It crashed on the runway, like just dropped out of the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one says United plane appears to catch fire before takeoff in Texas. Passengers evacuated on tarmac in latest scary incident. Wow. Well, okay. Well, we should move on to something else. I have, if you want to go in a completely different direction, something way lighter than this. There was an article.
This is a bizarre file break, by the way.
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I thought we were in the 8 o'clock hour.
No.
Here you go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
That's my fault. All right.
Listen, there's a lot going on.
Friday this morning, Casey was giving me the wrap-up thing. I'm like, dude, it's only 20 after. We got to like a half hour to go. We're wrapping up right now. Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, I'll do something later.
Yeah.
Let's do the Bizarre File. It's brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros. Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. You can go to proteamcollision.com. In Alabama, a man driving a stolen skid steer led police on a chase that ended in gunfire.
A skid steer is a to describe it to me. I think I know what it is.
I mean, they're kind of like forklifts, I think.
That's what I thought.
You know, something like that. And according to the Mobile Police Department, officers observed a previously reported stolen skid steer just after 10 a.m. Police
It's like
said
a bobcat.
that the skid. Oh, is that what it's like? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Digford.
All right. What's a difference? But police said the skid steer also had been used in an attempt to strike a citizen before they saw it at that intersection. Officers attempted to stop the skid steer. And by the way, I edited out. They used the phrase skid steer like 1,000 times in this story. I got tired of saying it.
Skid steer.
A driver then attempted to hit an officer with it. He then drove off. Now, police attempted to make another traffic stop, but the driver continued. He then turned around and exited the interstate. And during the chase, a police vehicle was hit by the skid steer and majorly damaged. The driver continued to strike police vehicles and officers with the skid steer, which led officers to respond with gunfire. The driver was injured and taken to the local hospital. No word on why he went on the skid steer rampage.
You could barely hear him screaming, "We guess what I get to do."
The California Department of Fish and Wildlife found that the Eaton fire in Los Angeles County displaced more than just the residents, as they worked to remove a large bear from a crawl space under a house in Altadena.
The hell happened?
Utility workers discovered the 525-pound bear last week when they arrived to turn the power back on the resident. The workers then had to inform the homeowners that they could not turn the power back on since there was a bear under the home where the company needed to work. It took a team of about 8 people and nearly 24 hours to remove the bear. According to
one cookie would have done it.
The Department of Wildlife, they said when a bear is in a crawl space, they recommend homeowners contact the department so that the wildlife professionals can evaluate the situation, help determine ways that the homeowner can discourage the bear from using the crawl space and seal the entrance immediately once the animal is out. Experts placed a bear trap near the crawl space opening, and within minutes the bear came out, walked in, and triggered the trap door. The bear was transported in the trap to the Los Angeles National Forest, was given a welfare check, a GPS collar.
I'm not on welfare.
And measured before being safely released just after midnight. So he's doing okay.
It's pretty amazing.
Back in the wild. A Florida man who asked his son for help when he was locked out of his email account is now facing 20 felony charges after the younger man contacted police to report discovering child pornography on his dad's phone.
Oh, man.
Hey, Billy, I can't get on my child porn. Could you help me?
Investigators say Gene Fallon, 63 years old, recently turned to his son Jared, who is 30, for assistance with his disabled Gmail account. Fallon's account had been flagged by Google after the firm's monitoring system detected that it had been used to upload illicit images of children to Google Photos. And Jared Fallon informed police he found child pornography on Gene's cell phone after Gene needed help accessing his email.
Well, good for him for doing that.
Totally. The resulting investigation, which included subpoenas, a search warrant, and cyber tips from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, resulted in Tuesday's arrest of Gene Folland for possession of child pornography.
Son, I'm trying to move a dead hooker into the trunk of the car. Could you help me?
The search of his photos drive yielded 952 files containing child pornography and child erotica, police said. Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah. All right, we'll do one more since I have to keep it short here. An ex-con is locked up without bond for an alleged bologna sandwich battery. Octavius Chandler, a 29-year-old convicted felon, was arrested Sunday following a confrontation with his father over the accused man's use of a PlayStation 5.
He doesn't stand for baloney.
The victim told cops he removed the gaming system from Chandler's bedroom because he was being too loud while using the PS5. The victim stated that the defendant became aggressive and began yelling at him. The victim said that while he was being yelled at, Chandler threw a bologna sandwich at him, which ultimately hit him in the center of his chest. The man investigators added had no visible injuries from the bologna strike. Chandler, who was on probation at the time of his bust, reportedly confessed to the bologna toss inside his residence.
You broke a rib.
Now, while the domestic incident would normally be charged as a misdemeanor, the alleged bologna battery was upgraded to a felony due to Chandler's multiple prior battery convictions, 2 of which also involved video games. So this guy has an issue. In 2023, he pleaded no contest to choking his sister during a dispute that in part stemmed from him playing video games. He served about a year in state prison in that case. In 2022, he was nabbed for a violent encounter, which he threatened a 60-year-old man with a knife and shoved his sister to the ground.
Okay, in both these stories, I have to ask Preston, what game was being played and at what point in the game were they?
I don't know. Adjudged guilty of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery, Chandler told cops that he, quote, got upset at his video game, which led him to arguing with the male victim. Yeah. In addition to the new battery rap, Chandler is facing a probation violation charge, and he's being held without bond in the county lockup.
Well, the thing you're supposed to do is break the controller.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we now will take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll chat a little bit more. We got things to do. We're returning shortly. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancée, Sabrina Dahor. No.
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina
know.
Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahore.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters.
Who are you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre.
No, not Dahor.
If you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor? Dahore.
No.
Anyhow, the actor has
I'm not marrying a whore.
A 16-year-old daughter named Isan and a 4-year-old son named Winston. What a great name.
Yeah, I almost
like
named
that.
my dog Winston.
From previous
Let him know.
relationships. Elba told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You're almost Winston.
Reggie, I almost named
dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We began Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair and not goofy looking wigs? Actual hair. We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right, let's have Steve come in and see what the actual. Wow! Dude, oh my God!
You haven't seen it?
You haven't? Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve, you look better bald, man.
Casey, that does look good. You fixed the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because
Oh, Jesus Christ.
he looks like Danny Briere's hair for some reason.
Wow,
Am I not wrong about that?
That's
Danny
absolutely
Briere,
right.
formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here, move your microphone over, Steve.
From bachelor party and
Adrian
Zmed.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey,
it's the profile that I like.
I guess you have to. Well, I look like a 60s pop star. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. All right, anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve, we need a voice with that
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that the voice?
I need
you think,
yeah,
or-
I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or kind of the voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the back look
neckline.
good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah, the back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need.
What the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home. Makes me feel fine.
Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God.
Summer breeze.
Nice.
Makes me feel fine.
Oh, you've got to watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Bria.
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next. Let's have Steve. He's been out of the studio when he gets. Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah. I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby. This is a Toby, right?
Yeah, that's a Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Is that what
My
it's
name's
called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No. It's the Toby.
Oh, no?
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? Was that the Danny?
The Danny or the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No, it's
Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work? You need to have it done? I'll do it. I'm 17.
Should we do a new wig next?
Yes, dude.
Yeah, we only have
Doctor
an-
wig.
We only have two more left. Let's bring him in. Let's see Steve's third wig of the morning. Wow, man.
It is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, and that's
Got a little bit
real
of gray.
hair. What's that?
A little bit of gray.
Just a little salt and pepper in there.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I think he looks like
I
either
think I'm ready for the boardroom and the bedroom.
I think Richard Gere, maybe.
She said she gave me three options: Richard Gere, Regis Philbin, and Eddie Munster.
What?
With the three hair.
Well, the one style we had going at first, he looked a little like Eddie Munster.
It's all sewn
Do I
in.
look like in the Cialis commercial? I say the man with the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do look like the
Yeah.
man with the plan.
Yeah, putting some more wind in my sails with Cialis.
Oh, is this the voice?
Yeah.
What-
Hey,
what's-
kids, we're gonna go mountain climbing and rappelling.
What's a
and
good-
I can get aroused too.
What's a good name for this hair?
gotta be- it's
first
gotta
thing
be a
that comes to your
doctor.
mind.
Chet.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Chet Wainwright.
All right.
Dr. Chet Wainwright?
Yeah, Dr. Chet Wainwright.
PhD.
Yeah.
What are you, a doctor?
Not DDS?
Of course. It
The
wouldn't be
ladies
anything
are
else.
stacked too deep
All
out
right,
there.
now put the headphones on, and
Yeah.
we'll see if this because
Radio chat.
Steve doesn't have sideburns.
I have
and
no
so that's the
sideburns,
one thing
no
that looks a little
eyebrows.
odd.
What happened was that they extracted me from the pod in the Matrix too quickly,
Yeah.
and I hadn't fully formed.
I like this the
Put your
best.
headphones on.
All right.
Let's see how this looks.
I have hair over my ears, which is weird.
That looks real,
Let me
Steve.
see. Look at me. Can you look at me?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Wait,
Doctor?
call. Say hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, you got to do it. Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Hey, Chet. Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
All right, do it again.
One more time, ready?
Hey, Dr. Wainwright.
Can I help you, ladies?
Oh my God.
I think we got a yeast situation.
Casey wanted me to play this music. All right, so
It's an African American wig.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. It's real hair.
Yeah.
It's real hair. I mean, it's just like a $1,500 wig, and this particular wig is going to a politician.
All right, somebody who's running for office.
So it's a short crop.
Okay.
You know, it's a short crop.
All right.
Yeah, just take a look. See.
All right, Superfly, come on in. Let's take a look and see. Yeah. Yes. Oh, dude, Steve. Man. Oh,
out of sight.
Yeah. That looks real.
It looks pretty real. I think this looks the realest. Apparently, I would be a really good black dude.
It's a tight curl.
You know what this reminds me of, though? And see if this frames you a little bit. Like Mr. Brady.
A little bit.
A little Mr. Brady in the latter part of the series.
Okay.
Sort of what they would call an Isro.
Yeah. No, you know what it looks like? It looks like my friend Nolan, who's Jewish.
Now, Peter, Bobby, someone broke that vase.
All right. So, other than the Brady affectation, what kind of can you need to look at yourself in the mirror?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look and see what name, what voice, what your style is going to be.
Wesley Python. You like that?
Yes.
I love the name, Wesley Python.
My name's Wesley.
Yeah.
Wesley Python.
So are you kind of, then they're kind of like a Billy D.
I'm like a Billy D.
Okay.
I'm like a malt liquor drinking
All right.
wannabe.
Yeah. Smooth.
Wesley Python, smooth.
Yeah.
I go down like my ladies.
Hang on, I want to try something else. Yo, Wesley.
Is that good?
No, he's Isaac from the Love Boat.
I'll do it again.
Yeah. Yo, Wesley.
Fell over.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, there we go.
I love
even
it.
better.
Oh, that looks good.
Hey, yo, you boppers out there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
Wigapalooza on the Preston Steve Show.
From Funkadelic. Wesley Python with you. Let's get the funk on.
Hey, Wesley, do you have a
Hey,
favorite?
if you want to hear the song, send me a fax.
Do you have a favorite
That'd
so
be
far?
a self-addressed stamped envelope,
Yeah.
probably.
Send a self-addressed stamped envelope, and I'll try to get it on for you in 3 weeks when it arrives.
Do you have a favorite so far?
What's that, little man?
Do you have a favorite wig so far?
Let me see. I'm kind of like, for the one that looks the most real, this one.
Yeah, right.
And the last one. They're both the ones made with human hair. The synthetics, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it.
I'm thinking the Chet was my favorite.
Chet,
The Chet was good.
I'm the man with the plan.
Last birthday I saw is an actor named Adam Devine. And
Yes.
he was in Pitch Perfect. So,
Yeah.
Casey, I'm sure you got something queued up. Is him singing?
No, this is actually Ben Platt singing. He took over for Adam Devine because Adam left the band to go be a backup singer for John Mayer, if you recall, in that particular movie.
Okay, so this is the end of the movie, and they do that song Magic.
Yep.
You love this version of it.
Oh, my
so
God,
that's
dude.
why
I
we're
get
playing
so
it.
welled up.
Do it. Play it. I want to see you cry. He went on. He also had a role on Modern Family for a while.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I like him. He's good.
He's very funny.
Good, cool, comedic actor. He was also in a movie that I like a lot, The Intern.
Yep.
And he was in Why Him. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff. So here we go.
All of it, man. Like, it just builds to a crescendo, and these guys, and then the Barton Bellas, and I just get so happy.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
There's also a scene in Madagascar 3.
3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kathy. You know what? I do have a little bit of a semi-Birdbot update. Marissa sent me over a couple of messages that I thought messages that were kind of interesting. We ran through the travels of Birdbot so far this weekend earlier, but I got this one from Jared. It's Jared Florishak, who said, diehard MMR listener here. I'm 24, but my dad started me on MMR anytime we drove through Philly at a young age. And in the age of online radio, we're able to listen to MMR all day long from Preston and Steve through Bam Bam all night from our How in Scranton. It says
House.
It's spelled How, H-O-W. From our house, I guess, in Scranton. I moved to Philly for college a few years ago and still listen to this day. And found Birdbot in Manayunk. So they happen to be in Manayunk.
Oh, that's so cool.
Got a picture of Birdbot. And if you're in Scranton, you got to go to the Cardboard Classic.
Yes.
Montage is right there. And
End of the month.
Dude, It's soon.
I know.
It's very, very soon. The Cardboard Classic.
Here's what we'll do. We'll roll out of our Super Bowl victory into preparing for the Cardboard Classic.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
And we've already got requests of people who want Birdbot on their sled. So we're working on seeing what we can do. Hopefully, Birdbot makes it back. If he makes it back, we'll hand him around at the Cardboard Classic, I would think.
By the way, Marissa had pointed out that Birdbot has been more family-friendly this year.
Yeah.
And we're looking at a lovely picture of a family gathered around Birdbot.
Yes, Steve, this is Ryan and Jackie and their family. So we just got an update. Like, this is just coming in right now.
Okay.
So their accounts were private, and that's why we weren't seeing their photos. So they're the ones that took him to Jasper's last night. They also took him on the Schuylkill River Trail yesterday.
That's exactly what this picture looks like.
Yeah, how
looks
cute are
awesome.
these kids, right?
They're great.
He is at their kids' school right now, meeting all the kids.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Look at the baby is wearing a football onesie with the laces down the front where the zipper is. How great is that?
Laces out.
I'm sorry, Marissa, go ahead.
No, it's all good. And so he's Jackie's telling me that Ryan is in heaven right now. Like, he is enjoying this so much, taking Birdbot around and meeting people. Like I said, he's meeting all the kids at the school, and obviously the teachers are having a great time. They're going to pass him off in a little bit, but like small world, Ryan was in Greg Monahan's wedding, the guy who built this thing. So I think that's why he was so excited to find him.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for photos, go in the tag section of Birdbot, and we're working on collabing so that everybody can see these.
Our chief engineer of Birdbot 1 and 2.0.
Absolutely.
Greg Monahan, proven, by the way, and now he wanted tickets to something. I forget. You guys see the text from, he wants to go see Hosier.
We'll make sure we hook him
We'll
up.
see if we can help out there, bud. All right, and then Marissa sent over a couple of messages to us from New Orleans-based listeners. So we got this one from Eric Geiger. He says, "Hey, guys, I'm in the Marine Corps. Have been activated down here in New Orleans since April of last year. Live in Montgomery County. There are many Birds fans here in the building that I'd love to get a picture with the Marines and Birdbot here at the building. Once it gets here, please let me know. I'll grab it just long enough to get a picture with it on the West Bank in front of the Marine Corps building.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then send it all the way. And that's what we want.
That's exactly what we want.
And then another one. This is from a guy named Graham McGinnis. And he says, U.S. Coast Guard listeners here. And based in New Orleans, and if we can get our hands on Birdbot, I'll take him on a helicopter ride around the city of New Orleans.
Wow. So
yes.
Go ahead, Casey.
No, I have a friend. I became friendly with this guy named Jake who does
from State Farm?
No. He does the music for Fox Sports.
Okay.
We had him on the show 2 years ago. And he is going to be in New Orleans, and he's like an official, he's going to be working the Super Bowl. That might be our end to get Birdbot on the 50-yard line.
Okay. So for everyone to coordinate, Marissa, and again, please repeat, the best way for people who want to see about how they can intercept and then pass on Birdbot to the next recipient.
I'm so glad you asked, Steve, because a lot of people are DMing the Birdbot account and asking, like, hey, can I have him here? Can I have him here? We have nothing to do with him.
Right.
He is out in the world. So when you see him somewhere, comment on that photo and talk to that person directly and see where he is, and that's how you can connect. That's how people over the weekend were finding each other.
And all those links are on PrestonandSteve.com. At the top of the page, the Birdbot page. You see it right there when you go to PrestonandSteve.com, and that's your best way to interact with everyone, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Birdbot Philly on Instagram.
All right, I'm going to go to Debbie. She's got a comment on Birdbot. Hi, Debbie. Good morning.
Morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's up?
So I had Birdbot, and I took him through the bar crawl in Manioc on Saturday.
And was he good company?
He was great company. We seatbelted him in, made sure he was nice and secure, and took him through all the local bars in Manioc. And we tried to get him dropped off at the Rocky statue, but we weren't having any luck. A lot of tourists.
He
down
made it
there.
there. He made it eventually. There's a picture of him at the Rocky statue.
Oh, yeah, no, we took him down there, but we were hoping to pass him off down there to keep him in the center city area.
Okay.
But,
A lot of tourists there, not necessarily locals.
oh, my goodness, yes.
All right, so question. I have a question, Debbie, with you taking Birdbot on a bar crawl. We did have connected to one of his wings a little shot glass. Did anybody use that?
No, nobody used it. It was on him, though, but nobody used it. Oh, and there is one pitch picture in the bar crawl of him with some chickens eating. That's my brother's house. We took him to go have some chicken time.
What was he having?
Yeah, well, there's a photo with him with some live chickens.
Oh, with live chickens.
I want to see that picture.
All right. We'll find that one. Oh, well, Debbie, thank you for taking good care of our little bird bot and being a part of the whole thing. All right, excellent.
Thank
you got
you.
it. Take care. All right, there you go. All right, well, there's your bird bot update. Yeah, we see the picture with the chickens now. And you can go to Birdbot Philly at Birdbot Philly on Instagram and follow along. And we're picking up. We got like over 12,000 followers now.
Oh, yeah.
On Birdbot, which is a
couple thousand up.
Phenomenal. So thank you for playing along. All right, so we got a couple minutes to talk about something. I saw this, thought this was kind of interesting over the weekend, worth bringing up. So CDs, compact disc.
Yes.
For those who may not know, that's what CD stands for, compact disc. It's been a while. First replaced by MP3s and iPods, and now overshadowed by streaming services. So CDs are a thing of the past for the most part. But while most CDs have little or to no resale value, some rare and limited edition releases are now worth a pretty decent amount. Sometimes even more than vinyl records. And surprisingly, CDs are making a bit of a comeback, and not just among millennials, but Gen Z as well.
So a quick question. Streaming has been pretty much the norm for now. Give me a time frame. Kids of what age would probably be unaware of what CDs are?
Oh, my son. He's 18, like he's aware, but there's of no use to it.
Of no use.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So,
but not even aware.
Not even aware. That's what I'm wondering.
I don't think Jace is aware of what it is.
Of what a CD is. Okay.
So, but with
and
gaming,
he's how old?
13.
Okay.
So for music, for games, he would be aware of because those
of a disc.
Of a disc.
He never played a disc. He never played games that came off of a disc because he plays on a PC.
Right.
So we never had anything that he.
Was it stream or
everything is streaming? Yeah. Actually, not that long ago, a couple weeks ago, he asked me because I have an older car, and there's a CD player, and he said, "What?" He goes, "What is that?" Mm-hmm.
The little slot.
The little slot. Yeah.
How old is he again?
13.
Is that wild?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So
I remember when the Victrola was a technological marvel.
How about
Preston.
that? Man, thank God you don't have to crank something anymore.
Going outside doing the Lindy Lou.
So you know what? There's actually to sidestep for a moment.
Everybody loves their CD collection.
Nick, there's a. Oh no, it's not. I thought it was in Phoenixville. There's a shop in the Philadelphia Premium Outlets that has an old Victrola in there.
That's cool.
And you know what's cool about that is the quote unquote speaker for those is essentially just the box that it's sitting on.
That's what it is. Yeah,
it amplifies it.
Right.
And I did not know that. I did not know that. But I never. And until you hear it in person, it's pretty cool.
Well, the horn. Yeah, was. But that was it. That was your speaker.
When I got my most recent car, I made sure that there was a CD player in it, and I don't use it that often, but I have so many CDs, and I collected so many from like the late '80s through the '90s. And I worked at a radio station for 25 damn years.
And you got it for free.
Yeah, well, or the ones that I bought, but I just wanted to like have access. And there's some stuff that you still can't find online or using a streaming service or whatever. But I still like physical medium when it comes to listening to stuff. I like a tactile sensation of picking up a CD.
So there is it's from My London. My London report listed some classics that could now sell for a pretty good amount of money. These are CDs.
Classic CDs.
Yeah, and I got rid of all of mine. They were just taking up space. We didn't use them anymore, so I finally got rid of everything.
Does any CD see? I had that same sort of, or I have that nostalgic feeling for album art, where I'd sit there and hold the album. The CD less. I'm trying to think if there's any CD that is like, oh, I've got this. And none come to mind.
Yeah, even if I had the CDs, I don't think it would be worth anything because I took them all out of these CD cases and put them in CD books.
What about Freedom Rock?
I don't think I ever owned that, but no. So like everything that I own, like I would take, the little,
the packet,
that came with
jewel
it.
case.
Yeah.
No, just the info. They would open up the liner notes and all this stuff. It was a little booklet that came with those. So here's some titles that might be worth something. Now, some of these are special releases, okay? So this first one was Bruce Springsteen, The Future of Rock and Roll. It was a 1988 Japan exclusive promo CD.
In the future, we're just going to have one pill for dinner.
And collectors on eBay are willing to pay up to $1,400 for that. That's huge. That's big. I mean, I told you guys when I went to... taking the derby glasses that I wanted to. Like the things that you've held on to forever that, they're going to be worth something. So, no.
In the future, everyone's going to have a complete collection of derby glasses.
They were only like, I don't know, $10 a piece maybe at the most. So this is a $1,400 CD.
What was it called?
It's called Bruce Springsteen, The Future of Rock and Roll.
I never heard of that.
Bam.
Well, like I said, it's a Japan exclusive promo.
It's him wearing a Star Trek outfit.
But yeah, Nick, I thought the same thing.
Rain Man?
Yeah.
97X. Bam.
The future of rock and roll.
CD imports. I had a bunch of Pearl Jam CD imports. I think Dave Matthews maybe had a few, but you couldn't get Yellow Ledbetter on a record in the 90s. You had to buy the CD import of Jeremy, and it was the B-side of that, and that's how you got to listen to it.
Where was the import from, Nick? What country?
Might have been Japan, but there were all sorts of A-sides and B-sides, and there were, you remember CD singles?
Sure.
Yes,
There were CD singles that had the B-sides of certain songs that you just couldn't get on the studio records.
I'll guarantee you there are many Japanese people who believe that a lot of Eddie's songs are in Japanese.
Yeah, probably.
All right, so another one is Prince. My Name Was Prince. This is another Japan release in 1993 to promote 12-track album, The Hits/the B-side.
What's that worth?
And only 50 copies of My Name Was Prince was ever made. That said, it can be worth up to $6,500.
Wow.
Now, this next one is the main reason I brought this up. So if you have this, get ready. Paris Hilton, Paris.
Stop it.
Believe it or not, Paris Hilton's debut album is one of the most valuable CDs out there.
Why?
And it's all thanks to Banksy, the artist.
Oh, okay.
The street artist put 500 counterfeit copies of the album in 50 UK stores, and now some Paris albums can sell for up to $10,000.
Oh my God!
This is because of the Banksy aspect, correct?
Yes, and so that's insane. But I remember when that Paris Hilton album came out, we just launched into it. It was so bad.
When you get anomalous sort of things like that, there was a classic story of a Weird Al album that came out during the height of Weird Al's popularity, and they accidentally had put in about 200 of the CDs a copy of a horrible 80s action movie. And that CD became more valuable than the actual correct CD in the
All right.
Yeah.
I could see that.
So those screw-ups are also very lucrative.
All right, here's a good one. And I know we had this. Now that's what I call music for.
Oh my God! How many were in? There were like 30 in that series.
They're still making them.
Are they?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Tons of them.
What tracks are on that album?
So it says giving the ultimate throwback with classics like Lionel Richie's Hello, and Ray Parker Jr.'s Ghostbusters. Copies of the original 1984 version of this compilation CD are known to go for as much as $500 online. So Marissa pulled up or maybe Sam did the track listing. So you got You Drive Me Crazy from Britney Spears, I Need to Know from Mark Anthony, Candy from Mandy Moore. A lot of these songs I don't know.
No.
I Belong to You from Lenny Kravitz. Wow. Savage Garden. Remember that band?
Oh my God, Savage Garden.
There's an Aaliyah song, Jennifer Lopez, Waiting for Tonight.
Not for me.
Montel Jordan, Get It On Tonight. Yeah, these aren't even really hits.
Don't even know that. But let's go back up to that song Blue, Da Ba Dee. Is that the one that goes?
Da Ba Dee, Da Ba Da, Da Ba Dee, Da Ba Da. I think.
I was thinking it was Da Ba Dee Ba Da Ba Da.
Oh, Da Ba Dee Ba Da Da Da. Da ba da dee da 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 ba da dee da da dee da 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 da.
I think it's the first one.
By the way, I saw that band.
Chris,
that band opened for Depeche Mode.
Do you mind looking up? It's called Blue Da Ba Dee.
Da Ba Dee,
Da Ba Da, Da Ba Dee.
By the way, Steve, now that's what I call music 89.
89
was just released. Yeah.
So Preston, that concerning Blue, Yes. I definitely I saw them in concert prior to Depeche Mode. And it's one of those cases where they played that hit at the beginning and the end of their set.
Eiffel 65, I think, is the name of the band. And then Blue is the title of the song, in parentheses. Da-ba-dee, da-ba-da. But I'm not sure. It
Maybe
might
we're
not be.
wrong.
I thought it was a different name.
Yeah, all right. You're probably right.
I was playing, that was definitely in the clubs when I was Kenny Knight.
Because there's Blue this and Blue that, right? Those are the lyrics.
I don't know. Marissa's looking for it.
Hell.
She's sending it over right now as we speak. So this will crack the mystery for us. All right, here we go. This is it.
I'm blue,
It was the second one.
Okay.
Is that the one you saw, or is that
No, different.
Okay, different one. All right. Well, anyhow,
Anywho.
if you've got now, that's what I call music for. It might be worth up to $500. Then there was an album. These are CDs that are worth
surprisingly
a fair amount of money on the auction market. Coldplay Safety. They released their first EP in May of 1998. But when it comes to Safety, only 500 copies were ever released,
Now that's what I call music.
with only 150 ever sold to fans. And if you happen to find one, it could be worth around $2,500. Okay.
Damn, that's good music.
Then there was a Nirvana CD called Penny Royal Tea.
Never heard of it.
And so they dropped Penny Royal Tea in April 1994, but the single was recalled immediately after Kurt's death. Though a few copies made it into circulation because of its rarity and emotional significance, the CD sells from $2,500 to $3,000.
What is the rarest thing you own? What is the thing that is the most limited that you own? Because you do collect some things.
My dad gave me a first edition copy of Sports Illustrated.
First edition?
So the very first issue.
Is it sealed in plastic?
Yeah, and it's in okay shape, and I would call that maybe rare. I haven't looked at it in a long, long time.
Right.
We have it in our safe. But I remember getting a quick evaluation, and it's not as much as you would think. It's not.
You always tend to think, oh boy.
If you're thinking the rarest thing I have is not necessarily means that it's worth a whole lot. But that's one that comes to mind. I don't know. Do you own any?
I have limited collectibles, but nothing that is like on that level, like a first edition or like a first edition Superman or none of that, or just any item. Most of my stuff is relatively. There's some stuff that's got some accrued value, but nothing that's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any item that I would say that I would call rare.
I have William Shakespeare's skull.
Oh, yeah. There was only one of those. Hang on. Stephanie's got a comment about now. That's what I call music. Hi, Stephanie. You're on the air.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much, Steph. What's up?
So I got that CD for Christmas one year, and I remember having it in my CD player, and we went out woods riding at midnight on New Year's Eve, my dad and my brother and I, and they saw a snowman with boobs and a beer can and said, let's go get a closer look. So we go to get a look at the snowman and realize we're on a frozen lake.
Oh, my God.
And our Jeep slowly started to sink, and I thought I was going to die to that CD because that's all I had to listen.
Now that's what I call music almost killed you.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have a couple of questions here. Okay, so you were out woods riding?
Yeah, we just went out in the 4x4. It was snowy, so we took a Jeep. It was like our Jeep that we took out.
Okay, so you guys just will go drive around in the woods?
Yeah.
Okay, it was a thing, right?
Yeah, South Jersey thing.
All right, South Jersey. All right, and it was dark. There was no light.
Yeah, it was New Year's Eve, so we were out by like midnight.
Oh my God!
But you had the headlights, so you could at least see some of the trees you're colliding with.
And how old were you at the time, Stephanie?
I think I was about 8 years old.
Oh, and how drunk was your dad who was driving?
I think he was fairly straight.
Well, and honestly, who amongst us would not veer to whatever direction a snow woman with boobs
and a beer can?
You'd have to go see that.
Hey, Dad, turn up the music. And then how far into the water did you guys end up?
The front end went down a little bit. I remember climbing out of the back.
Okay.
And it was quatters that came and saw us, and they got us help. So
He could have died. Could have died.
But you'll always remember now that's what I call music because of
Yep, it's a core memory every time I hear it.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it.
Have a
All
great day.
You too. All right. So, yeah, the the Coldplay disc could be worth around $2,500. The Nirvana CD sells between $2,500 and $3,000. And then you have Michael Jackson, who had one. It was called Smile. And apparently Michael Jackson's Smile was never officially released, so it doesn't appear in his discography. However, if you somehow manage to get a copy of the unreleased disc with its iconic Charlie Chaplin cover, I don't know.
I never saw it.
They go for around $1,900.
I'm a little tramp.
So around $1,900. So there are some CDs that are worth it. And
we're looking. It's actually the cover is Michael Jackson as Charlie Chaplin as the little tramp.
Interesting.
Oh, that's what you mean by Charlie Chaplin cover.
Yeah.
Not that he was covering Charlie Chaplin, because I could cover Charlie Chaplin right now. You ready?
Yeah.
Silent films. No, he did do
that
a couple
sounds just
songs.
like him.
Yeah.
All right, and then David Bowie, Sound and Vision. So Bowie's legendary 1989 box set is one of the hardest CDs to get your hands on, and prices have skyrocketed over the years. If you happen to have a copy sitting in your collection, it's likely gone up from the $5,200 fetched for one on eBay in 2013. So it could be worth a lot more than that.
I think
at this point.
I actually used to have some pretty collectible records until my cat pissed on them.
That was like my my degree from Westchester University. My cat pissed on it.
Oh, man.
That was cool.
And it says here in this article, if you're going through your old memorabilia, remember that there is a collector's market for certain books and retro games. So make sure you take a closer look before throwing anything out.
Have you sold any of your Derby glasses? You went to that
Not yet.
particular facility they were going to sell for you?
They haven't put them up yet on auction.
Okay.
So in a little while, I'll let you know when those are up and running.
All right.
And, but you know what? They also mentioned video games. Like I held on to, I have a couple of vintage systems we held on to, which are considered now vintage. The Xbox One, the original.
Yeah.
I still have that. I think we're going to keep that. I think we're going to hang
As a
on to that.
collectible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because those games eventually, the people want them for
They're
sentimental
retro,
reasons.
yeah.
I haven't held on to games. We have Xbox One games that if we really did want to plug it in and play it, we could. But I never saved DVDs either, and I got to believe that some of those might, have a value down the road.
So I have a pretty large Blu-ray collection, and I have some real hard. I amend my previous statement.
Yeah.
I have hard to find, very limited Blu-ray, like Japanese collections and things like that you can only get.
Have you ever done a search on what they might be worth?
Actually, you sparked my interest.
Okay.
I should actually go do that.
Yeah, take a peek.
I'm going to have to go right now.
Okay, see you later. Steve's out of here.
I watched a movie over the weekend that I've owned on DVD for about 6 years, probably through the show, but I never got around to watching it because the DVDs were on the other side of the room, and now it's streaming.
You got to put them in a tray.
You guys ever seen that movie Keanu with the Key and Peele movie?
Yeah,
about the cat.
We had them in here to promote it.
I know. Yeah. 8 years ago, Steve, and it was 9 years ago. It's a damn good movie. Highly recommend it, and I think it's on Hulu or HBO Max or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I own it on DVD. Never actually physically put it in the DVD player.
See, the thing with it that makes Blu-rays great for cinephiles is that a lot of them are designed specifically with all the extras, with the weird stuff, and you get these hours and hours. Like the Lord of the Rings collection has so much additional stuff. That's what makes the Blu-rays inviting.
I have held on to the DVDs for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I think that because if our streaming or cable takes a crap,
right?
Yeah, you can run those.
I still will have those if we want to watch something.
Who wants to watch Keanu?
Yeah, no, I sold most of mine, and I put it up on like Facebook Marketplace, and I'm like, you got to buy the whole thing.
Yeah.
There are definitely some stinkers in here, but there's some good ones. And
Did some collector come by and get it?
Yeah, some guy. You know, he tried to haggle with me for a second. I go, no, the price is the price. You know what I mean? This isn't.
Here's my counter offer.
Yeah.
Shut up.
No, it was fine, but I hung on to some. Like you mentioned, Lord of the Rings. Springs.
Yeah.
I held on to that box set because I had it autographed by various cast members who came in here. So like we have like Elijah Wood.
Yeah, we had 3 of the Hobbits in here.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, last call, because Joe's been on hold for a while. I'm going to go to him talking about CDs. Hey, Joe, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, man. What's going on?
I just bought my 13-year-old daughter her first 2 CDs yesterday.
Really?
Did she ask to have a CD player?
She actually asked for a record, but she didn't know how to use one. She was afraid to scratch it, so I got her 2 CDs and had to go out and buy her a CD player. And teaching her how to use the CD player is probably the most comical thing I think I had to do in a while.
How tough was it to find a CD player?
Not really. Just went to Walmart and grabbed one.
Yeah, they still make a lot. They still make them.
I mean, what?
And they're Blu-ray players and DVD players. But I think that's funny because kids or younger people have re-embraced Polaroid, have re-embraced
digital cameras.
Yeah. All that
the
stuff.
digital camera thing is so weird. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, my friends' kids, they're teenage kids, asked for them for Christmas. Like they were on the hunt for specific cameras.
And I told you guys about 3 months before I found out that this was taking place, I found all my old digital cameras. I was going through a box of just stuff, tech stuff, cords and everything, adapters. And there were like 5 digital cameras in there. I just took them to be recycled at Best Buy. I'm like, here, I'm not going to throw these away. Do something with them. They probably resold them.
For $5,000.
They're hot now. Yeah. Oh, my God. Well, Joe, is she enjoying it?
Yeah, she was listening. She was blasting it till about 11 o'clock watching the Grammys last night, so it was pretty cool.
Oh, that's funny.
I love it.
I'm sorry, Joe. What CDs did you buy?
She Billie Eilish CDs. She bought a couple of Billie Eilish CDs. I was like, all right, cool. And they weren't any expensive. I remember back in the day they were expensive. They were only like $11. I'm like, all right, I'll take them, whatever.
Yeah.
But there was it was in a Q-Mart. I know you guys were talking about
Q-Mart.
Yeah,
Quakertown. Yeah,
that's funny. There's a store called Record Revival. It's actually pretty cool. But it was a fun night.
So, well, maybe we're seeing the resurgence of, as you say, with the CDs, not just the rarities, Preston, just in general, as because they tried to make cassettes take off in the retro thing, but the audio quality is so crappy,
and it's a pain to rewind and fast forward. At least with CDs, you can just hit one button and get where you want to be. So, well, all right, interesting. Thought that was worth passing along. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment or two. Make sure you stay close. We won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Where I think it's the hippo.
That's when the series hits its stride.
Oh my God! When the hippo comes out and like because they're working towards this big show, this big circus, and then the hippo comes out and Firework is playing from Katy Perry, and I got so happy that I started crying.
Listen, it's very impactful. I think even Gene Simmons got a little teary-eyed.
That hippo makes the appearance in Madagascar 3. You need to understand it's the culmination of everything. This very large creature you would not think would be so adroit on the stage wows everyone, including a group of meerkats.
Even kind of, stone-hearted Gene Simmons crumbled to that.
Melted this icy heart. My face, I was smiling so hard, my surgically reattached face slid off my skull.
Oh my God.
There's another crescendo.
There's an incredible scene where a platypus sings, "I was made for loving you."
What were you going to say?
I can't well, I just know it's at the end of the new Muppets movie that has Jason Segel in it. Right. Because they're doing this like telethon to save this theater. Something is it the chickens? I don't know.
Happening?
Of course, the famous chicken scene.
I get so happy. Yes, they're doing the Gnarls Barkley song. Oh, it's FU.
Yes.
Okay. When they do that again, I'm so happy that I start crying. I don't know why.
It's just the way
I cry out of happiness sometimes. Back to you, Preston.
From this made you cry? That one did?
I don't know. Maybe I was.
Do you want to bawl like a little girl?
Yeah.
You want to see a chipmunk sing Gnarls Barkley? Now that's incredible.
Oh my God.
It's just a crescendo, and when it gets to that part, I don't know why I'm.
You
so
like
happy.
those? You like
I
those?
love it.
Tug at the heartstrings.
All right. Well, how about at the end of Coco, where he's singing the song to the grandmother, Coco. That one puts me in absolute tears. Now, it's a little different than a chicken singing gnarls.
You got to understand, it's a crescendo that builds to that, right? Okay. It's there's a whole like sequence, and then it gets to the chicken singing.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have it on the video screen. Now that I see it, yes, wow, what a tearful moment.
Those incredibly talented chickens.
Well, the holiday season begins in earnest when Oprah Winfrey's annual list of favorite things arrives. Showing America all of the wonderful things we probably can't afford this season.
Do you remember how huge this used to be when she would have that episode?
Yeah. And by the way,
in fact, our favorite things when we first did the Christmas Miracle, that's what it was based on.
Yeah.
The original name was Things That Make Us Explode in Our Pants.
That's correct. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list will be coming sometime soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much ready. Marissa and I were talking about yesterday.
We're waiting on some musical accompaniment for that, so it's on the way.
Strange
My God, that was sexy the way she said that.
Ew, really? Don't ever say that.
But you went, yeah.
That's how I feel about holiday
I know.
activities.
That's what turns you
She
on.
bites her lower
sex,
lip
no
like
thank you.
Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
Activities.
So
Floral and Hardy.
And she followed that up with, ew, don't ever say that.
Because it came from you. That's weird.
I know. And on Wednesday,
Oh my God, I'm so moist. Winter activities. This year including Hanukkah and Ramadan.
All right, and on Wednesday, even the 64-year-old admits that the list has gotten a wee bit out of hand in recent years. She said, these days, choosing my favorite things makes me a little cuckoo. What started as an organic extension of wanting to treat people to some of the things I truly love has turned into an annual list that takes a team to curate. I then go through every item, picking my favorites and narrowing the selection to my own. It's a process, but because it's important to me to remain as true to my original inspiration as possible. My guideline, do I really like it enough to want to receive it myself? So that's how she decides what's going to be on here.
Look at the judgment parameters. She's a multi. What is she, a billionaire now at this point?
Yep. But she still likes fun stuff.
Yeah.
You know, little
Maseratis.
Yeah, little Maseratis you can play with. Perhaps the most infantile is a onesie sweatsuit for adults, dubbed the jumpsuit. In L.A., relax.
I already have one.
Onesie, we're running $168.
I have one that has Michael Dukakis' picture on it.
Yes. Like a onesie for grown-ups, this jumpsuit is a pleasure to wear on a long trip because you can curl up in it and still look fresh when you get where you're going. The stripe down the leg sure does slenderize as well, she says.
Hey, have you seen anything that's this year's Snuggie? You remember like a couple of Christmas seasons ago?
Yeah. Did you see it's like an oversized hoodie sweatshirt?
No, I have not seen it.
That you can kind of like snuggle into.
So like you can pull it all the way up over you and everything?
So you know how like you and I don't do things like this, or like guys, we don't like cuddle up on the couch and crawl up into like a little ball, right? and sit up straight. So it's meant for girls
who bend their knees, and I know
who bend their knees.
So pull the end of it down over like a full blanket. I got you.
Yeah, like kind of put the legs over to the side.
I sit like this with the legs.
Yeah, it's called a huggle. Is that what it's called? Yeah, there it is.
The huggle hoodie.
Huggle hoodie.
Case, go do it on our couch.
I can. I'm not flexible enough to do that.
I can't bend my knees up like that. I do pull my arms into my shirt from time to time, though.
Yeah, you do in meetings sometimes too.
Yeah,
what I found out on
there are a couple things. The hand tuck under the thighs as you're sitting there.
Yep.
I like to build a pillow wall along my sides to keep airflow at a minimum.
Right.
And when you really want to get in cozy mode.
Yeah.
So that way I can sit down and fall asleep during the shows I'm watching.
Yeah, right, exactly. Case, this looks like a good idea for like maybe 3 minutes, and then I just start to sweat and like would not be able to get out of it.
I'm stuck.
I'm dying in here.
I bend my legs. I'm stuck.
Kathy's I got the collar. I can't breathe. Holy Jesus. I need water.
Start having a panic attack.
Yes.
I love when you go, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
So those are Oprah's, some of her favorite things this year.
Okay.
What about the $1 billion? Is that one of her favorite things? No.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yay! All right.
Morning,
okay.
Mickey.
Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you
that was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
Who could ask for anything more?
Let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were
I had a job once.
a jazz club
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh my God.
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle?
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh
work.
no, it's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
Right.
and ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very, what should I say, honored or
Yeah,
blessed
sure.
or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even
it's a
people.
good thing.
Yes.
People who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job. The fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. And that's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever, you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2-3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event. It's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now. And I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
He's a gunslinger, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off.
Before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and he didn't miss a beat. And right then, I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day when he was just joined the band, and I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass part, he got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speakers, sat down right next to him, and on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was
going to do
And then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put the he put the Bic on his amplifier, and he took the lighter fluid and used it as a slide. And so he played slides with lighter
didn't go
fluid.
full Hendrix on
and I said, John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. So I couldn't do it. He almost lit his guitar on fire, so I knew right then he was okay.
Wow. I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts are.
No.
It was very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, whatever that is, memorial thing or whatever. He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner.
Yeah.
While they showed the movie.
That's funny.
We came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the things that you do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good.
Mm-hmm.
Every country is the same.
Yeah.
If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
This place,
we blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course, Franklin Port.
WMMR.
I should have cleared this up earlier, but just going back to the songs that we were singing, the dee da bo dee ba da da, and then la bo dee la bo da la ba dee. I got the title and artist of both of those songs. One was by Crystal Waters, and the song was called Gypsy Woman. And then the other one was a song by a band called La Bouche. And I remember all these songs. I remember all these titles. I forgot what the title of the La Bouche. Oh, it's called "Be My Lover" by La Bouche.
That's it.
Be my lover.
Be my lover. Won't you be my lover?
Yep. So there you go.
Were you spinning discs at that time?
I was not. I never did. I was just the guy on the mic.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a little bit of this and that. I did some stuff at like. Okay. Are you? Kathy just threw her headphones on the ground.
God damn you.
She is
I
quick.
told you never to bring that up.
That was your phone. Okay. Anyway, I did some spinning, but I wasn't like a club DJ or anything.
That's the latest news. Let's get on to the latest rock.
All right. Anyway, I do want to mention this real quick. Balloons by Victoria. That is our, if you're tuning in this morning and you see the balloons on the wall, the decorations, she's the one that did all of that. It's incredible. We have a time-lapse video of her putting it together on our Instagram account, and you can check her out at Balloons by Victoria DZ is how you can take a peek at her social media. But it's an impressive setup that we have
Sure
here
is.
in honor of the Eagles and the big game this weekend.
I like the big Mardi Gras beads.
Yeah, it's awesome. So, all right, you know what? I want to point this out. We have not, the last few weeks on Fridays, we've been busy.
Yes.
And I have not cleaned out my junk drawer.
Uh-oh.
I think we need to do it on Monday, even though that's going against protocol.
Listen, I like to be fluid. I like to keep them guessing. I think this is perfect.
All right, Casey.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let me see what I've missed out on.
Wow, there's a lot in there, man. As you said, we haven't gotten to it in a long while.
Here we go. I found something. So more than 8,000 Pennsylvanians will get letters this week letting them know that a check from the state is on the way. Treasurer Stacey Garrity said in a statement, For the first time ever, we are returning unclaimed property to hardworking Pennsylvanians without requiring them to file a claim or submit any paperwork at all.
I love this.
Yes,
it
that's
should have happened a long time ago.
I've tried to fill out one of those one time, and I was owed something. I never got it.
I did. Maybe because we talked about it on the show, but Preston, I ended up getting not a lot of money, but it was 3 separate unclaimed funds that I had, like, from moves years ago. I used to live in Phoenixville, so it was like a long time ago, and like taxes that never got refunded properly, whatever. It ended up being like $600 or $700. You know, it was a nice little bump. But it took the steps of doing it to fill out the proper forms, and then they sent it to me.
Do you remember those commercials for those companies that would actually, their entire existence was unclaimed funds? You remember those?
Yeah, and they would do the work for you.
Yeah.
So the treasurer said, we truly cut red tape out of state government. And how often does that happen? If you receive a money match letter, read it and keep it. About 45 days later, your unclaimed property will arrive in the form of a check from the Pennsylvania Treasury Department.
And you can take it either in cash or in Derby shot glasses.
Oh, yes. I've got plenty of those. So the Pennsylvania Money Match Program was unanimously approved by the General Assembly and signed by Governor Josh Shapiro last year. The first checks are scheduled to be sent out in about 45 days. The program authorizes the Treasury to automatically return single-owner properties worth up to $500 after a thorough identification and verification process.
So they do commercials for this. They don't use Gus. They use Russ, who's the 3rd most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania. He's a drug addict.
So the program does not affect claims for properties valued above $500 or those that have multiple owners or other complexities. Those claimants still need to file a claim and provide any required supporting documentation.
Listen, and this is a character flaw of mine in that you start to throw documents and page 6 and 7 of something, you know, and I zone out. I'm like, it's not worth it to me to go through that crap. Now, mind you, if it was $100,000, yeah, I'd probably sit with it. But if it's like $11, you know, or just anything, but it should be, the onus should be on them to make sure the money gets back to us.
So more than 1 in 10 Pennsylvanians is owed some of the $4.5 billion in unclaimed property.
Wait a second. You're telling me that many people are owed $4.5 billion?
No. I'm not telling you that.
That's a lot. I would fill out that paperwork.
No, that's they own a part of that $4.5 billion. It's being safeguarded by Treasury. The average value of a claim, $1,600.
That's substantial.
A nice chunk of cash. Most definitely.
Where's this money coming from? Like, what are you not claiming?
For me, it was property taxes that were owed back to me. So I overpaid in 2006 or whatever. I don't remember the exact details. But it's one of those things where, like, you fill out the taxes and you think you're filling them out properly. You pay the state or you pay local taxes or whatever. Sometimes it's fees that you pay when you move, or you know, there's like mortgage fees that are associated with it. So there are so many. A lot of it has to do with property.
Tons of them.
Like when you move or when you buy a house or whatever, or even if you're renting, and then. You often overpay without realizing it, and the people that you're doing the transaction with, they don't realize it either. So there are these fees that are associated with it, and sometimes they end up in this state fund. And what Governor Shapiro and Stacey Garrity are doing is making sure that money gets back to you. But up until now, you needed to fill out the proper forms.
So I know that I've overpaid this Nigerian prince that I've been helping out for a while.
Oh, man.
And
He's
I
a nice
know
guy.
that I'm owed some money, and I'm expecting it anytime.
Just hang tight,
soon.
bro. Hang tight.
Got to imagine.
It's coming. All right, back into the junk drawer. See what else we can find. Here's one for you. Fewer young adults in America are having sex than ever before, with virginity rates among 22 to 34-year-olds hitting record highs.
I believe this.
Yeah.
Because this dovetails with the story about the lack of socialization, the lack of going out, that so much of the interaction is occurring virtually.
Yeah.
And do you guys see that?
Yeah, I mean,
no.
I mean, my kids are still being social, but I see it not the way it was, and that's the only perspective I have is my own story of the way it was when I was in my young 20s, because
I mean, getting your freak on.
You had to go. You had to meet up. There had to be plans of people getting together in order to really hang, but you can do a lot of that via social media or texting, And I was thinking about this, man. Do you remember back in the day, in those early, younger 20s, even teens, where like if you were with someone, if you were a couple, like fresh, you were brand new or whatever, and I was just thinking about, we'd be at a party or whatever, hanging out, but my person that I was with at the time, like we couldn't wait to get alone.
Oh my God.
Get our hands on each other.
I remember.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember clearly. Lincoln Douglas debates. There was this girl. We could get it on under the stage.
But I just remember, being at like a party or whatever, and all of a sudden, oh my God, we found a room that nobody's in, and we can lock the door and
on the way to the car,
or
the
whatever
hedges,
it was.
The hedges on the way to the car.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we just couldn't wait to get naked.
Yeah.
Get our freak on.
This is in high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
Or right after, like the early 20s and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is that
But
thing.
it feels different now.
Yeah.
It feels
thanks
somewhat
to different condom textures.
different now. A recent nationwide study found the percentage of men in this age group who've never had sex had more than doubled in the past decade, while the number of women who are virgins also increased. Researchers say there's no single reason behind the trend, but factors like, Steve, online habits.
There we go.
Changing social dynamics, and even shifts in college demographics may play a role.
So now is the thing to boast about how many women you haven't had.
Well, how does that number?
Yeah.
Well, I guess so.
Well, you pick your number.
Yeah.
Like a golf score,
What if you're what if you're zero? Nobody can beat you.
I remember this is the thing. This is the fodder for countless 80s, teen sex movies. But I felt the weight of, when are you going to do it? And that shouldn't be the case, because it should always be prompted by, if you're doing it right, it should involve money.
I was mortified at how long it took me to lose my virginity. And I was 18.
Yeah.
But before then, I had plenty of friends that had taken the dive.
Or they were telling you they were.
Well, I believed them.
Yeah.
No, so I felt like a late bloomer at 18, believe it or not.
It can be a little, it's luckily you get through it, but it shouldn't be the thing, but it is. It's just the way it has been since time began. Obviously now it carries far less weight thanks to ex-hamster.
Right. I wouldn't say that I was mortified, because I think my friend group, like, nobody was doing it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and I want to say that even through my senior year, like my core group of friends, nobody had lost their virginity.
Do you remember the first person in your cluster to claim, or at least that they lost their?
Yeah, I'm not going to say his name, but I'm fairly.
Is he in this studio right now?
No, he's not in the studio, but it's his business and not mine to share. But yeah, I think one of my buddies, and it was directly after we graduated. He had a girlfriend for a number of months leading up to graduation, and then after graduation, I think that's when they started. And what's funny about that is he disappeared from the friend group, like, effective immediately. Like, the second that started happening.
Dude, this guy, my friend Sal, I believe, was the first. Mm-hmm. And that dude, we could find Jimmy Hoffa quicker than we could find him after he started getting together with his girlfriend. I mean, fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Casey, do you think that had anything to do with it being Catholic school?
No.
Okay.
I think it had because we would have, gladly. Like, just the opportunity for everybody just never really presented itself.
In my school, the dominoes started to fall at 15 and 16.
Yeah.
Some dominoes didn't fall until sophomore year of college. But I'm amongst my friend group. And then, I remember 8th grade, summer after 8th grade, getting on the bus in 9th grade and knowing that one of the kids had sex that summer, and it was just like he might as well have been an alien.
Yeah,
right.
It was just like so bizarre, and like, wait, seriously, like intercourse?
Yeah, that's a town in Pennsylvania.
He did something with a girl like that. Like, it just was so foreign and bizarre.
Yeah, bet you guys all carried that guy around on your shoulders and hoisted him up.
He had a nickname.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was really original. It was Humpin' Nate Knowles.
Humpin' Nate Knowles.
Carry him on your shoulders.
Accepting Humpin' Nate Knowles.
Oh, my God.
And by the way, I think Nate listens to the show, and so Nate, I apologize, but it was
and his
40
girlfriend, Nell.
That was 40 years ago. No, man, he hooked up with this hottie, and we were all so proud of him.
Humpin' Nate. Way to go, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm still proud of that guy.
His first one that we knew.
Wow.
And then, like, if you had a boyfriend and a girlfriend, 15, 16, like, that's when it really started to happen.
You know what I remember also about this guy, Sal, who was the first? Then Preston, in short order, new clothes.
Oh, yeah.
Grooming.
Sure. Yeah.
Everything was just so it started to work out a little bit. The whole Sal morphed when we did see him again.
I got to hear from Marty here. He's got an interesting story. Marty, you are on the air. What's up, buddy?
How you guys doing? Happy to see you. You were talking about being at a party and having
trying to find a place to go do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I totally forgot about this, but it made me realize that the first time I did it with my high school girlfriend, we actually did it in a tree.
Okay. So you just remembered that you lost your virginity in a tree?
I just remembered that. So thank you so much.
We caused a flashback?
Yeah, I just had a flashback. I'm a little bit older now.
Okay.
And I did it in a tree with my first girlfriend because that's the only place we could find.
May I ask you, Marty, what kind of tree it was? Was it like a willow or a pine or?
No, I think it was something pretty sturdy, like an oak tree.
Okay. And I assume you were on a lower branch, correct? You didn't take it all the way up to the summit.
No. It was a couple of branches up, but it was sturdy, and that's all we needed.
Wow.
Had to have been a very specific branch layout of this tree to be, able to do that. Like the one you're standing on had to be the perfect height of the one she was sitting on, I assume.
Yeah, something like that. I think there might have been a tree house in the tree, but it was it wasn't there anymore. But maybe the platform was there, the bottom of it or something.
You don't remember much about this, Marty.
No, dude, I'm old now.
Marty, we have a squirrel on line 3 that was there.
Yeah, it was great because all my friends used to, when they found out, they used to pretend they were balancing themselves and making fun of me. And,
it is impressive.
That is.
Yeah. You don't, usually the virginity is not lost in a tree.
Did you avoid the splinters, Marty?
No splinters.
Right.
Who cares?
At that point, you've got it. That's
What is the species of the bird that actually they mate as they're plummeting to Earth?
I think that's bald eagles.
Is it bald eagles that do that?
Yeah, they lock their talons and they get it on while they're falling to the ground. Marty, that's a great story. Glad we could reignite the fire. Thank you for calling in, bud.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll see you later. Thank you so much.
He's at work now.
How do you forget that though? That's what
having sex in a tree is your first.
Not that he forgot it. It's that it just
was blocked out.
Yeah,
I see.
Yeah.
So bald eagles mate by performing a cartwheel courtship flight, which involves locking talons and falling towards the ground in a cartwheel spin.
Is that wild?
We are going to have a bald eagle in our studio tomorrow morning.
Yes,
by the
we
way,
are.
from Elmwood Park Zoo. It's one of the eagles that they release at the game to fly around, which is pretty cool.
It's always so moving to see them soar around the link.
They're just massive animals. Yeah. Okay. So anyhow, virgins, real quick, with birth rates declining and concerns about the economy's future workforce, the drop in sexual activity is sparking questions about what it all means for the country long term if we don't have
it is a big
enough
consideration.
kids getting it on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll go back into junk drawer. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm going to bring this one up. This is interesting, especially in light of the things that have been happening nationwide lately. Property data from CoreLogic has come up, with a list of zip codes with the lowest risk of natural disasters.
I've seen these pop up periodically. These are ostensibly the safest places to live.
We've had hurricanes in Florida that were horrible, and in the Carolinas. We've had the fires in California. So it's based on CoreLogic's risk score, which uses property data, replacement costs, and natural hazard insights to determine how weather and climate disasters affect homes financially. So they narrowed it down, and the safest area from a natural disaster in the country is the Detroit, Warren, and Dearborn, Michigan area.
Safest place.
So according to that, let me see if it says exactly
Again,
why.
natural disasters.
The most likely weather crisis to happen there is a convective storm.
Okay.
So something, I guess, that is not that horribly destructive given the scope of hurricanes and wildfires. Second on the list is El Paso, Texas, where the most likely threat is an inland flood.
Tornadoes, though, right? In El Paso?
Yeah, I don't know how prevalent those are, Steve. I'm not sure.
Armadillo attack?
Number 3 is Eugene, Springfield, the Eugene and Springfield, Oregon area.
Back home to Oregon.
Yeah, where Eugene is.
Eugene.
Then you have, let's see, Hagerstown, Martinsburg, that's Maryland / West Virginia. Houghton, Michigan, or Houghton, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. So that's 2 in Michigan. Las Vegas.
What?
The Las Vegas, Henderson, and North Las Vegas region.
But they don't consider extreme heat to be a
Not amongst the ones that do real damage.
I guess.
You
What
know,
about
it's
Death
damage
Valley
of
then?
property and things like that. I think it's not just deaths, Nick. I think it's property damage too.
Okay.
Oh.
Then it might be surprising to see one zip code in Los Angeles on the list. The LA, Long Beach, Anaheim area. Home of the University of California, Irvine. CoreLogic reports that this is a pocket of Los Angeles that's relatively protected from fires, floods, and earthquakes. Then you have Portland, Vancouver, Hillsborough.
Back home to Oregon.
At number 8. And then number 9 is San Diego. Chula Vista, and Carlsbad, California. And then finally Spokane. And the Spokane Valley in Washington, which is right near Oregon, I believe. So, I think so.
Back home to Oregon.
It's surprising that Pennsylvania's not in, because I just don't think natural disasters.
I tend to not think of this area as well, but I guess I don't know, because we are subject to hurricane. We can get hurricane damage. We actually do have, as we know, earthquake activity, and of course, there's a robust population of Sasquatches.
And it's covering metropolitan areas. So I don't know if
Jersey Devil.
Well, I was thinking hurricane, but I mean we're pretty damn inland, and that wouldn't be like a major concern. So I don't know. Hell. I'm just a junk drawer guy.
I think what you do is you also look at what the actuaries for insurance companies, they where that all the data is based on how much they pay out with their and so they're the ones who are probably going to give you the most accurate depiction of what is the safest or least likely to suffer any kind of damage from these natural phenomenon.
Yeah, this was once again. They used property data, replacement cost, and natural hazard insights. So
okay.
For whatever that means. I don't know. All right, let me grab another one. Got time for at least one more. Here we go. So, Super Bowl Sunday.
When is that?
Not just about the touchdown. It's this Sunday, by the way. It's also a record-breaking spending event. As we know, the amount of money that is spent is insane.
And I think this is a record breaker of record breakers, correct?
Yeah, so this year, an all-time high, by the way, of viewers. 203.4 million adults plan to tune in, with millions throwing parties and so on. Total spending on game day goodies like food, drinks, apparel, and decorations is expected. This is just what everybody's spending on stuff like that. $18.6 billion.
Per household?
Averages about $92 per person.
Oh.
And whether fans are in for the action or the commercials, snacks, whatever it is, it's going to be a big biggie this year.
Do you have any special plans for the day?
No.
I know you guys like to do your swinger party.
Yeah, it's a key. We do a key party.
Key party, yeah.
It's a throwback.
What have you? What is your? And we'll
I'm going to do absolutely nothing.
Food wise.
I'm going to. Food wise, nothing special.
Chiclets?
I've really grown out of the Super Bowl party thing. I've found it the party itself to be a tad bit. Number one, it's on Sunday.
Yes.
It's on a goddamn Sunday.
Yes.
We get up stupid early. Maybe if we had a 9 to 5 job, maybe I might do a Sunday night thing. But there's no way doing this gig. No way. So I've really phased out of the party. Definitely not going to be drinking. I'll just watch it on TV.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do.
No blow.
No blow.
Oh.
All right. Well, I could keep it going.
Yeah.
I got invited to a party in the city over the weekend on Sunday night. And
you can do it?
I don't know. It's a cool place. I like the people that invited me. Preston, the exact same boat as you mentally. However, if they win, part of me wants to see the city on Sunday night. Like
okay.
And literally this place is, a couple blocks off of Broad or whatever. I'm a little scared of that, but it was so positive even after the NFC Championship game or whatever. Maybe it's curiosity. I went to Broad Street after the Phillies won in 2008. I watched that from Chickies and Beats and then went up Broad, and it was a cool atmosphere. And I guess the back of my mind is just like, we just don't get these things that often.
No, you're right.
So maybe it's a reason to do it.
Are there any balconies along Broad Street? Because that's where you want to be.
Probably.
You want to be just above everybody and checking everything out.
Almost like Bourbon Street.
Exactly.
Right?
That's why Bourbon Street's being up on those balconies is like the prime spot. You have to get in that garbage. Marissa?
Yeah, there's a restaurant, I think it's at the Cambria, called Attico. And it's on like the 5th floor or 6th floor. So it's the perfect angle because you're not all the way top.
Yeah.
There's also parking garages like the Bellevue. There, you can like lean over the parking garage. I don't know if they'll let people in there. Sometimes
I bet you if you were to pay,
make sure it's closed down.
If you were to pay, that's a good point. If you
Yeah,
were to pay for
locked
parking,
up.
though, you would be entitled to set up your party in the parking
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people who are getting like hotel rooms up and down Broad Street there.
Sure.
To
Well, that's the way to go. That's the way to go right
It
there.
really is.
And then you can duck in and out. But Nick's concerned about safety as well and being out in the crowd, right?
And the getting out of it at the end of the night. I mean, I have to be here with you guys on Monday morning, and so I have to go to work too. So, I want to see it. I want to experience it. But also, I like my couch.
If I were you, I wouldn't plan on leaving the city.
I'd come back here. I'd crash here. I'd sleep on the couch in the studio.
I wouldn't even know about getting here.
No, it's fine. As long as you're like a couple blocks off of Broad Street, you can get out.
You have a
Traffic-wise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
mean, I would say like.
Yeah, I guess it's not really like the parade or anything.
Because I walked down right for the NFC Championship, and the police had cleared off the street by 9:00. So 15th and 13th were pretty packed, but once you got a couple blocks out, it was fine.
Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, the average person spending $92, and it equates to about $18.6 billion nationwide. What people are spending, not the networks and all the other big, hullabaloo about it all. But
you mentioning it just now makes me rekindle the desire to see at some point the Super Bowl move to Saturday.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, I mean, I end up going up to bed. Now I'm watching it delayed slightly, because that's the only way I can ensure victory. But it's like I kind of would like to be part of a party for a big party.
Yeah, if I were on a Saturday, I'd go somewhere.
Yeah, and then also to be able to I don't know, on Sunday welcome your team home at the air.
Right.
People do that.
And for the drinkers, sleep it off a little bit.
Yeah. All right, we got to close up the junk drawer.
The junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
Yeah. We're going to close that up. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll get some bizarre file stories. That's what's on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
As a fan, I there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to I guess I ebbed back to I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No,
but do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, back in 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. They were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And Unbroken Chain. And
we were never very good in the studio. We never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah, well, we thought we could make, no one knew how to make a record. But I mean, we didn't know how to make anything. We were just musicians at the time, and we weren't really savvy on the studio. No one had a studio.
Right.
Now I have a studio. Everybody has a studio. So we just weren't producible. There was too much anarchy in the band. Too many people wanting to do... they had strong opinions of it. So, and we never really liked it in the studio, the four walls. It was too captivating. We were like a captive in the studio. And we never really made a great record.
You guys had a pop explosion in the late 80s when you hit with Touch of Grey and Hell in a Bucket, In the Dark. Was that fun? Was that cool? Was it neat seeing a whole bunch of people who maybe had not been turned on? You always had legions of loyal fans, but here all of a sudden, boom, you had fresh music. And the tour was gigantic. Was it fun?
Oh, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't quite like that.
Okay.
What happened was we were already playing stadiums at the time. That was in 87.
Yeah.
So instead of playing 1 or 2 days at the stadium, we were playing 3 days at the stadium.
Yeah.
So it really didn't affect us much. We just...
You guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it, which we were playing stadiums.
Yeah, but you know what? I found out about you guys because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. We never played that game, and if we lived by the single, we would die by the single. If we didn't have a hit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember becoming aware of the Grateful Dead, through the iconic artwork that was associated with the band.
Yep.
What's that about? What's that about? So that predates, obviously, videos, but still, a visual medium brought me into the awareness of the music, which is very cool.
Exactly. It mirrored the music. In the old days, how that started was these artists would come to the shows, and we were all getting high, and psychoactive drugs, taking acid and whatever. And these were physical representations of what the music sounded like. They would go home and they would start painting, and they're still high, and that's what these things were representing. They were representing the music.
How were you vetting that, or was it just sort of, if you want to do it, or would you guys kind of consciously say, I don't like that, doesn't represent our band right, or was it just an open source?
Well, luckily in our case, the people would come up with these incredible,
iconic stuff.
Yeah. We just had to choose between the good stuff. I mean, it was so much good around. A lot of people went home and just did it, and it was uncommissioned.
Yeah.
They just went out and said, this has to be done.
Wow.
And so then all of a sudden we looked at them and we go, that's us. And they go, okay, cool.
That's cool.
That's it.
Let me ask you, with the art and your painting, I mean, did people automatically take to it? Were you afraid you were going to get here's a musician trying to be a painter sort of deal?
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. So what was that jump like, and how well were you received initially? Because I mean, honestly, we were looking at the stuff. It's pretty amazing looking.
There it is.
Yeah. So what was that initially like?
Well, I didn't think of it as it's art.
Yeah, it is art.
Came out. It's
right.
You follow the muse. I mean, you're an artist. The thing that turns you on, makes you do things artistically. And first time I did it, I walked into the house and my daughter looked at it and she said, Dad, this got legs.
That's pretty good.
Legs. She liked it.
Yeah.
And so if my daughter liked it, and she doesn't like much.
Does she like the Dead? Does she like
that?
Okay.
So I said, okay. I'll paint. If you like it, I'll paint it.
You can take a look for yourself and see Mickey Hart's work. It's called Vibrational Expressionism, The Art of Mickey Hart. And Sunday, back out this way, King of Prussia, noon to 2. Is there a spot where we can go to get all this information, a website or anything, you guys?
I just want to meet the King of Prussia.
We all do.
And I want to see Mrs. Prussia.
Sure.
Mr. Prussia. And all of the little Prussias.
All the Prussiettes. Yeah.
I'm actually Mrs. Prussia.
She is.
Yeah.
She shops there all the time.
I heard that she cooks.
Oh,
You heard wrong.
have heard wrong, sir.
Wrong, Mrs. Prussia.
She makes reservations. Yeah.
I can make a mean reservation.
She makes a mean reservation.
She makes a mean Romanoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, man. So let me go to here, more broken ribs. I have, it says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
Walper.
Honestly, wouldn't you at least say,
Walper?
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to old Walper.
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Walper.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walter. And what happened to you? So what happened to you, Walter?
All right. Well,
All right.
I've broken my hand.
Yeah.
I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name!
His guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today.
Walper.
Well, hang in there, brother, okay?
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper. I've seen him. He's got some medical issues, but the worst thing is his name is Walper. And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Oh, man.
So the Kardashians won big as well last night, and they had a weird speech. They were trying to thank firefighters and stuff, and they they actually made their win a tribute to the firefighters. And listen, see if you can hash this out. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
It's been a really rough week in our home in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and our neighbors in Thousand Oaks and Malibu. Our hearts are broken from the horrific shootings and those who have lost their lives and homes, as well as the hundreds of thousands of us that have been evacuated from the devastating fires that are currently burning. So thank you so much to all of the people that have voted for us. This is such an honor.
Did you make that leap there? Did you make that leap?
Okay.
There's a lot of fire out there, but thank you for voting for us.
Are they dedicating the award?
It gets to that at the end, yeah.
All right.
I'd like to dedicate this win to all of the firefighters, the law enforcement, and the first responders.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I'd like to thank the people what put out the fires.
Like, it just doesn't seem very genuine
It doesn't.
ever when it comes from them.
You can see the guys who are really, eating smoke and battling flames up. I got great news, guys! Kardashian win was dedicated to us!
Like, I get to see them sitting around, like, when we win, we should, like, dedicate to somebody, so it makes us look good.
Listen, I want to tell everyone up there on the mountain, you guys are doing a great job. The Kardashians just donated their win to you on a field source war. I just want to carry that into the fire with you.
That's the chief going on the radio to tell all the guys.
Attention everyone, Kardashians just donated their win on the People's Choice Awards to you. So I hope that inspires you to go marching into those flames and that super heat and that whipped up win. No word on Little Women LA yet.
Yeah. No. During the final night of the Experience in Innocence tour in Berlin, Bono made a comment that has fans fearing that this is the end of the iconic band. He said, "We've been on the road for quite some time, just going on 40 years, and this last 4 years have been really something very special for us. We're going away now." So that led people to think that maybe the band is done.
Doesn't mean that the band is breaking up or that we're going away or stopping performing. We're just taking a well-deserved trip to the Great Wolf Lodge. Where parents can drink while their kids ride down water slides.
It is amazing there.
It is amazing. Kathy says it's amazing too.
Yeah. Well, none of the kids would recognize you two, so they could be pretty, they could be in obscurity for a moment.
You
Anyhow.
can literally drink in the pools there.
You can literally drink in the pool and piss in the pool at the same time. If it's so chlorinated, it doesn't make a difference. I took a full level bowel movement and no one could tell because the water was so chlorinated, it just ate it right up. All the fecal matter dispersed. Okay.
I don't know. I don't think that's no.
Oh, you did it as well, Kathy?
No, that's
You dropped a bomb in the pool? You popped a landmine out?
That's not.
You put a depth charge in the deep end?
A full level bowel movement.
And no one was the wiser. Even the edge was standing right next to me. He was totally enveloped in my poop cloud and had no idea.
No idea.
That's a quality pool there.
I think most people, upon moving into a house, remove all the demonic paintings. It's part of the deal. A lot of people will change the pentagram carpet for maybe like a light shag.
We had our house built. I like the fact that we're the very first people to own the home.
But are you?
Because
on an Indian graveyard, right? That's where you.
Yeah. They didn't remove the graves.
You know what? We had to blast to actually get to pour the foundation. So I'm pretty certain there was nothing below.
So it
where
was a lot of fun.
So what's that?
It was a blast.
It was a blast.
Yes. Where you saw bones flying and pieces of coffin.
But I like the fact that when we're done and gone, or when we eventually decide to move on, that that was we made that. We had a say in how that thing was put together. And
in here was where the owner was caught pleasuring himself by his wife, unaware that the light from his laptop was obscuring his vision. Follow me into the observatory.
I was wearing headphones too. I didn't hear her come in. Kathy shakes her head.
Headphone, like you were all in.
Oh, hey, you can't do that half-ass, man. No.
Clearly.
You gotta go all
Sure,
in.
he was vigorously providing himself with pleasure. His wife called out to him, but he could not hear because he was listening to his headphones. And here is the pool table where pool is seldom played, but clothing is full.
My daughter and I played pool the other night.
Oh, there you are.
First time in a while. She asked me to. But yes, it's become a laundry table. Oh, my God. Yeah, what are the other wonderful things? What are the other...
Lamar.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can get her the perfect gift. Valentine's Day is made easy at South Jersey's Diamond Destination, Family and Company Jewelers. Shop online at familyjewelers.com. A Detroit priest who bills himself as an exorcist was charged in Illinois this week in connection with a November incident in which he allegedly flossed his teeth with the hair of a teenage girl.
That sounds disgusting.
Reverend Carlos Martins surrendered to police in Illinois and is facing misdemeanor battery charge. It could land him in jail for up to 2 years.
I'll leave. It's disgusting.
Now, Martins was in Illinois in November while working as a traveling priest. While there, he allegedly approached the 13-year-old girl about her hair and asked her if she ever flossed her teeth with her own hair. Martins then picked up some of her hair, placed it in his mouth, and made a flossing motion.
So this was just a random girl, not somebody he was, quote-unquote, exercising.
I'm not really sure. No, he wasn't exercising her. So, and listen to this. A short time later, Martin sat in a pew behind the girl and began growling at her.
And this is The Exorcist.
Yeah. The allegations were made by 13-year-old victim and other witnesses who claim to have seen the incident happen. Martins currently lives and works at the Companions of Cross Church in Detroit, but representatives of the church have confirmed he is unable to work with the public while the court case unfolds.
I'm a little loopy, I admit it.
Martins is also the star of the podcast The Exorcist Files and recently released a book under the same name.
It's hard to come back from that one.
A worker was injured when a toilet tank shattered at the city-county building in Pittsburgh. A spokesperson for the mayor's office said a plumbing fixture failed on the toilet on Monday. The employee reportedly suffered a cut to his leg. And that porcelain breaks. It can be very, very sharp.
I've cut myself on broken porcelain.
So
I didn't blow up the toilet, though.
Councilman Anthony Coghill said, we're not taking care of our own house. For months now, reporting on the poor conditions at City Hall, municipal courts, and other city-owned facilities. They found that the fountains with mold, elevators that don't work, broken urinals, and peeling paint as well. The city-owned buildings need some serious improvements and upgrade, and somehow or another, this toilet tank shattered and cut
That wing of the house is closed.
Let's see. A woman says that she's well known around the office for bringing snacks and treats in to share with her coworkers. When she does, she places them in one specific spot where everyone can find them. Well, recently, this woman brought her own food in for herself and put it in a place where she thought it was clear that the food was for her and her alone. One of her coworkers didn't see it that way, though, and helped herself to one of the goodies inside. Knowing the food heister was a vegetarian, the woman asked why she ate that since it was made of meat. Repulsed, the food thief had the gall to accuse her coworker of poisoning her with meat.
So she stole her food
exactly.
and complained about it having meat in it.
Exactly. In response, she made the point that it was her food and there was no reason for anyone to be rummaging through something that wasn't theirs. And now this woman is getting hateful messages from coworkers about how insensitive she was to the vegetarian.
She's being very nice and bringing in food. Go to hell.
Yeah, exactly.
You can all go to hell.
We'll follow along, see what happens with that story. All right, some things, are worth going to jail for. Other times, you fire shots inside of Wendy's because your fries are too cold.
Yeah.
Monhan James Wooten was arrested when he and two other people allegedly engaged in a verbal altercation at a Wendy's drive-thru in Kentucky. The Wendy's worker, Twanisha Coleman, returned fire and struck one woman in the buttocks.
Didn't think I had a gun, did you?
And now everyone is in trouble. But Coleman may have the biggest problem. She was on probation in connection with a conviction of felony theft and gun charges at the time. And not legally allowed to have a gun. So the woman who was initially shot out may get in more trouble because she wasn't supposed to have a gun with her, and she did.
For future reference, if your fries are cold, you are not allowed to brandish a firearm.
You're not, exactly. Cardiologists at Tampa General Hospital have recently come across something that they had never seen before, and it's nasty. The case is detailed in a recent published paper. In it, the story is told of a Florida man whose carnivore diet pushed his cholesterol so sky high that it literally started seeping out of his body.
Cholesterol was pouring out of his skin?
Yeah. So the diet consisting of meat, cheese, and lots of butter.
We're looking at pictures of his hands.
Saw the unnamed man develop painless but very noticeable yellowish nodules emerging from his hands and elbows.
Your nodules are such a turn on.
Doctors tested his cholesterol, and found it to be over 1,000 milligrams per deciliter, which is massively above the 200 mark it's supposed to be below.
I met Mr. Right. He has cholesterol nodules.
Because of that, cholesterol deposits started to develop under his skin and eventually started seeping out of his skin. So is that not nuts or what?
I've never seen anything like this, but to this point, it left unchecked. What would they eventually pop like blisters?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not really sure, Steve, but that's really strange. All right, one last story and then we'll wrap it up. Let's see. I'm going to end with this one, actually. Let's see. A painting bought at a garage sale in Minnesota is a previously unknown portrait of Vincent van Gogh, by Vincent van Gogh, according to a newly published expert analysis. Yeah. It was made by Van Gogh during his stay at a psychiatric hospital in the south of France in 1889. Experts commissioned by art research of firm LMI Group International have said, after analyzing the canvas weave, paint pigment, and other characteristics, Acquired by an antiquities collector in 2016, the painting bears an inscription of the word Elamar in the bottom of the right corner.
Is this the one where he's doing the shocker?
No. Measuring 18 inches by 16 and a half inches, experts identify the painting as a Van Gogh following a process that took 4 years. The oil on canvas painting is a portrait of a fisherman with a white beard smoking a pipe as he repairs his net. It's based on a painting by Danish artist Michael Ancher. And it's one of many of Van Gogh's translations of works by other artists. Researchers also found a hair embedded in the canvas. Wow. They sent it to be analyzed, although it was found to be from a human male. Efforts to match its DNA with descendants of Van Gogh were thwarted because of its degraded state. Despite the exhaustive analysis, the painting still needs to be attributed to Van Gogh by the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam.
Is that likely to happen?
Well, the museum previously refused to attribute the painting to Van Gogh when they were approached in 2018. However, LMI, which acquired the painting in 2019, is confident that this is genuine.
Could they eventually? Do you think they could, genetically engineer another Van Gogh, like Van Gogh Park, like Jurassic Park?
Maybe. They're getting there, man. By the way, he produced some 900 paintings during his lifetime and is thought to have suffered from a combination of bipolar and borderline personality disorder, though those illnesses were never diagnosed. Researchers said that they believe that Van Gogh experienced 2 brief psychotic episodes, presumed to be delirium caused by alcohol withdrawal, followed by his admission to the hospital staff after cutting off his own ear, or admission to hospital after cutting off his own ear in 1888. He died in 1890 at the age of 37. But this might be, it looks like a Van Gogh.
So, how they say, they say someone's taste is all in their mouth. And so I look at this piece of art, and so Van Gogh, but it looks good, but I'm like, I understand the ramifications of the techniques and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But I think, given a couple paints and a brush,
you could do that.
I could get close.
But would you be the first?
That's it.
Yeah.
I get it. But you know what I'm saying? And I know that's a completely moronic way to look at it.
I went to that museum in Amsterdam, the Van Gogh Museum. It's really, really cool. And just you gain an appreciation. I ended up buying a print from there and gave it to my parents. It's a remarkable place.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Steve, and it's out of my
depth.
Yeah. But I do sometimes question why this painting is considered hallowed and others aren't.
Right.
I mean, I look
they
at
are
that
amongst the community.
And I think having sex with Shirley MacLaine on the back of a motorcycle, that piece of artwork, I think that rivals what we're looking at right now.
Casey drew
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Oh, that was really good. Yeah.
Nobody else did that.
Nobody else did that.
You were the first.
Original.
Yeah.
And you
There
could
it
get
is.
that work signed. Van Gogh ain't signing anything.
All right, that's what I have in Bizarre File for you. Now, let's take a break. When we get back, lesson, question, trash, music, news. We will do that. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Horrible things that have
No
happened.
one stays in this house after night.
The dining room where no one
Yeah.
eats, they drink, right? Isn't there a bar in there?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, let's not forget the old house with the haunted litter box.
It was on a rainy night when the owner awoke from many hours of drinking and raised a shotgun to the automatic kitty litter cleaner, yelling out, "I want to see you."
I've got a gun.
I've got a gun.
I gave him 10 seconds to get out of the house, which I thought was,
We should all design haunted tours of our current houses. Dumb crap.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
My brother thinks my house is haunted. He's said that since the day we've moved in.
No
he said there's somebody that lives here with you.
Wait, your country
Yeah,
house?
my
Really?
current house. Yeah, since the day that my brother lived
You're the
with me
first owners.
for a little while, and he said he's like I hear them. He goes they walk around.
Wait, did you have the house built?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the first owner.
We are the first owner. There was a house.
Place is too clean.
No, but Preston, there was a house there that was knocked down.
Okay.
And actually, the man who has since passed away, he was a wonderful man, lived across the street from me.
I hope you rot in hell.
No, well, he did the masonry work on the house. And he told me one time, he goes, yeah, when they were tearing down that house, he goes, I sat outside and watched. He goes, I did, all of that work on the house. And I was like, oh my God,
man.
I'm so sorry.
And now it's haunted by Slender Man-thy.
Yeah, so it's...
Slender Manthy.
I mean, I think it's just the house settling, but my brother thinks it's haunted.
These jeans.
Slender Man-thee.
Do these jeans make me look hippie?
Big J.O.
Yes.
Hey!
That's right, everyone. I'm here. I'm not Miss August or December.
No.
I don't know, Kathy. Any of that traffic, did it seem like something that would have kept Miss December out of here?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know where she was coming from.
Hey,
Did any of that traffic add up?
Were you here one time before when we rolled out the calendar?
He was.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
was here for a calendar. I was here for Philadelphia's hottest trans.
Really?
Yeah.
right. You
Did we do that? I totally forgot.
Yeah, Philadelphia's sexiest lady boy.
You guys met, right? You guys got to hang out after.
So I've never seen more women in a room and not a pube for miles. I can guarantee it.
There was a weird situation we had you in, right?
It was his friend.
Yes,
Yeah, it ended up being a weird situation for my friend.
But stories to tell your children.
Yeah. I mean, we all found at the same time, and I don't remember what time it was, but it was definitely too late.
That's awesome.
I noticed that, and I said to you right away, you look like you've lost some more weight. And is it a bigger guy who has lost weight? Do you get tired of hearing that?
No, not at all.
Good.
I'll take it. I tried so hard. Yeah, I did. Every time I do a television thing, I'm like, well, this is probably the last time they're going to let me on television. So I should try to get one where I... it's already bad enough I do comedy sitting on a stool. So every time when I did my hour special on Comedy Central, I had already lost a bunch of weight to get to that size. And then sitting on a stool, every time they film you, you're like, this camera guy hates me.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't like me at all. Is that a pile of tires sitting on it? So I knew for the Netflix special, I knew that I was going to be sitting again. So I tried again to lose weight. Yeah. And then, I didn't lose that much, but then I also learned how to sit with my back arched.
There you go.
Oh, you're doing all the cheats. Yeah.
And I covered my nipples with suds. I guess some people stole my idea. But that's cool. That's cool.
right.
I said everyone jump in.
It's funny because and it happens. This is why we're on radio. I mean, Kathy and Marissa obviously are they're pleasant to look at, but we are not. And when we ever do any TV or anything, I'm like, dear God, do we look horrific? And people say, there's a different angle. There's some people, we've had actors and actresses come in here, they know their angle. They know, what's the best way for them to be their side. Yeah. I'm like, really? I
think if you ask those things, it makes me feel like I'm admitting too much bad about myself.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Like, can you not film me from, I don't know, obviously sideways and from the floor, please?
What we've been talking about news-wise, you familiar with this scam that took place, this GoFundMe?
Oh, yeah.
So they came by.
Never try to help one bum.
They came by last year. They came by our Camp Out for Hunger right after that story broke, and we interviewed all three of them on the air. And we got word of this yesterday that the three of them were in on this together.
In cahoots.
Oh my
All of them in
God.
cahoots, and then the one who wasn't getting enough money, the guy who was the homeless guy, he goes to take them to court. Yeah, and that's how
to sue him.
To sue him for not giving him his part of the scam.
Yes, of the stolen money.
Never help one bum. You ever try to give a homeless guy food? They look at you like you're handing them a bag of someone's dump. It's really, they're like, what am I going to do with this? Like you're like, eat it. It's hot. It's food, and they're like, I don't keep it like what? They're so baffled by it. Do a GoFundMe for like an overall like shelter or something. Like to give it to.
There you go.
I've never seen that work out good where you help one person.
With everything else going on, the show and everything, what's coming up for you? It's been a while since we've seen you.
Yeah, pretty much just did the radio show's been doing great on Sirius XM, so pumping that out in the podcasts.
By the way, Dan says they were interviewing for something. They sent it over to us, and he was very complimentary about the show. You guys are always very complimentary when you're on other shows. We appreciate it. Getting the word out.
Oh yeah, for you guys. Yeah, you guys are. I always think it's the coolest thing. The best nod you guys get is Joe Rogan, who needs no press anywhere he goes, always like shouts you guys and still gives you guys the
it's
nod.
awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
It means the world to us.
I mean, I don't know if you saw Opie from Opie and Anthony sent like a cut of wrestling promo for him not doing his show. Did you see that on the street?
No.
Oh, it's very uncomfortable.
Oh. It never understood those dynamics. It was never anything that we got involved with. You just try to do the best. It's like what you do. You just do
your show.
Do your show.
We tried to start a radio war with Bob and Tom, but then they disbanded.
That's a shame.
Bob and Tom. Bob and Tom have been around for a long. Well, used to be around for a long time.
They're garbage.
keep it up.
The junk.
Yeah, I'm like, and I
It's
look
the
at
worst radio show I've ever done.
Really? Why?
They want you to do bits.
It's a yuck fest.
And I mean, and I was like, yeah, you don't want me to do bits. Like, my bits are too. And they go, well, that's how it works here. I go, well, I'll leave. Like, it's fine. And they go, we need you to do bits. I go, well, what do you want me to do? The one about this, and I'm just saying like vile things.
Yeah.
I'm like, if you want to do bits, it's gonna be like I can't. I'm like a dirty comic.
it's going to be bad.
Hey, do the latest bit about your daughter. That.
They got the things people when the hate mail I've gotten for that Netflix special, like the things people have to write to like when someone has to cite the parts they don't like, it is so funny reading that.
Oh my God! Oh, that has to be worth it alone.
He thinks there's humor and about his daughter's genitals. I'm like, why? How can you write that?
Does that bother you?
No, you know what's funny? I said this to someone. I ignore it all, but like the thing is, it doesn't bother me. It just I do still get an emotion like involuntary.
Okay.
When someone writes like this ruined my day, boycott Netflix and these hashtags they'll start about it, and you're just like, I swear to you, the intention of this was just to make you laugh. Understanding it might make some people go, it's not my thing. But that's fine. But when someone's like, they have such like hatred for, and I said that what's funny is the complaint is always very personal.
Yeah.
Like I've done nothing personal. I've just made like a broad spectrum joke that somebody can twist to make it. He's talking about this. And
so we've had sometimes we're good. We don't get bombarded, but occasionally, like if someone will complain about something that I've done, I say, okay, but everyone has a personal thing that's their thing. You made fun of this, but did you laugh at this? But I
did point that out. I wrote back to one person, and I was like, I'm not going to write back to anything else.
Yeah.
But the person
if the person is thoughtful, you'll do it.
Well, the transgender joke was the one that caught some heat, which I saw coming. And then someone said where I made a joke about wishing it legal to beat your children, but with like a focused reason, not just like crazy abuse.
Yeah.
Again, it's like a joke. And someone wrote, as a victim of domestic abuse, it was like as a victim of domestic abuse, I don't think it's appalling you would make a joke about that. And when I wrote back, I was like, again, that has nothing to do with what my joke's about. And I was like, sorry that happened to you. But I was also like, isn't it interesting that you complain about that only, and like the other complaints I got were about this trans joke. And I go, and both of you only complained about the thing that affected you personally. You know what I mean?
Right.
That person didn't go, and this, and then it's always like, it's just the one joke that hit them personally. And no one sees that before they start taking to the computer to be like, how can you say this one specific thing? And you're like, you got to either be mad at all of it or none of it.
Right.
Well, you're not out to hurt anybody. That's what gets missed.
That's the bummer. That's the bummer when people get upset.
You're trying to make people laugh.
My thing was to make you laugh.
Yeah,
I understand that you might not laugh, but to have somebody go like, it's inspired you to go write like a 4-page letter to Netflix seems pretty like, it's awesome to some degree.
What kills me, Jay, is that and we always bring this up. Then there's about 45 million other shows on Netflix. Stop watching. Move on to the next thing.
Really?
Or don't listen.
You're making me look like such a bad boy in front of these chicks. Yeah, that's right.
They're lining you up. Yeah.
I was thinking about it on a long ride on my motorcycle the other day. I don't even know how to turn on a motorcycle. I've been on a motorcycle 2 times. Both times we're behind with my arms around a man's waist. And both times I burned my calf on the exhaust pipe. 2 for 2.
I think the most telling thing was you said, I don't know how to turn on a motorcycle.
I don't.
Turn on.
Is that what we do? Do you turn it on?
You start it up.
You can make the sound.
I know there's something where I have to go like that. I don't understand like the thing. It's all like the YouTube celebrity.
No.
A social media celebrity. I don't know how that kind of came out. But sometimes like that Post Malone's got a song or two that like you're like. No. It's producers though. It's smart. The Cash Me Outside girl, I've gone 180 on her. We went from like just crapping all over to think to I'm almost a fan. I bought a new Explorer yesterday, and you have to name it. You have to nickname it in the Ford app.
Yeah.
And I named it Bad Baby. That's her name. That's her rap name. I love her. And
isn't it Bobby? Like Barbie? Bad Barbie?
No, Bad Baby.
Okay, all right.
Bad Baby.
Okay.
She is garbage, but I love her. I've picked sides in the Whoa Vicky, Bad Baby argument.
Well, you know, she's fighting now Iggy Azalea.
Yeah. Well, you know Whoa Vicky? You want to put a good side-by-side? Look at Whoa Vicky and Lamb Chop. Remember Lamb Chop? Sherry Lewis's Lamb Chop? I just really dated myself for all these hot chicks. You guys remember Willem Cat?
Red Hot Chili Peppers, 93.3 WMMR snow. Actually, very light flurries last night. Not expecting that. Had a little dusting in my area yesterday.
Yes.
Or this morning, I should say. 10:23 on a Monday morning. As we are getting close to the end of the program here in a little bit, we have info on the Grammys and actually a concert announcement to mention. Before we go to all that, though, we have a very excited listener who's on the line. Wants to talk about Birdbot for a moment, if you guys don't mind. So I guess I should play the song. And by the way, there are more updates coming in and photos of Birdbot this morning, fast and furious, on the Birdbot Instagram account. But I'm going to go to Helen because Helen wants to chat with us for a moment. Good morning, Helen.
Good morning, guys. Come on, make my dream come true.
What's your dream that you want us to make come true?
So I'm taking my two girlfriends and my boyfriend. We're driving down to New Orleans. We would love to take your Birdbot. WMFB television station is following us. Pizza Cake is following us. Insomnia Cookies. And we want MMR with us because we're listeners for life.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm not even joking, guys. Last night I went to my 911th paid rock concert. I am a girl that you need me to follow you. We want to take you with us, please.
So what time are you leaving?
We're leaving at 4 a.m. Thursday, driving straight through. We're going to stop at Buc-ee's, hopefully run into like Reese. And then we're getting right to, we're staying in Hammond, Louisiana, 25 minutes from the stadium. Friday night, we're going to go check out Chris Stapleton with Jelly Roll. And then Saturday, we're doing the whole NFL experience and then going to the Super Bowl Sunday.
Wow. Well, what do you think? At least put her in the roster, Preston?
So the idea is for those who are, curious, we'd really like to get Birdbot down there without question by Friday morning, so we can hear about
I'll be
Birdbot
there Friday morning.
Well, I know you guys will be there for sure. That's cool. Casey wanted to know if your last name is Lauer.
No, it's Mogul.
Okay, no. I think she sounds like Carol Channing.
She sounds like Carol Channing.
Helen,
Yeah,
did anybody ever tell you you sound like Carol Channing?
Always. Okay. Always. I'm a rock concert girl, guys. I'm a fun, peace-loving girl, and your Birdbot is going to have the time of his life.
Listen, we're sold. What we have to do is we really are looking to get another full day down there for Birdbot to travel around. But we're putting together our roster of people who are candidates.
Yeah, and ultimately, it's not our say.
Preston speaks the truth. Yeah.
Well, no, it's in the public. We can help kind of massage things, but we're not gonna we're not gonna touch Birdbot until the game is over and he comes back. So we can help kind of steer you, Helen, in the right direction, and then it's up to you. So I'm going to put you on hold, and Marissa's going to make sure we have your info and find out, if this can work, okay?
Come on, guys. Peace and love to you guys. We love you.
All right, we love you, Helen. All right?
I'm putting home a trophy.
Okay. All right.
2018 in Minnesota. I was in Jacksonville, and I was in Arizona 2 years ago. I'm doing it.
All right.
I like her plot, man. You can't get any more Philadelia than that.
All right, Helen.
I'm just saying.
Hang on, Helen.
Great.
Voice.
Great. Perfect.
She's a Philly.
But you're right, and thanks for reiterating that. It literally is out of our control. We can massage it a little bit, but as Marissa pointed out, you follow it on Instagram and follow the accounts, and all the information is at PrestonSteve.com. Just look for Birdbot and the social medias, and then you DM the people who had or have it or are posting pictures most recently and try to broker getting Birdbot. And so far, it's been moving around quite liberally, correct? I mean, we have a number of locations.
Well, and in fact, I'm going to play a little audio for you.
Yeah.
Marissa said some more photos and videos have come in this morning, and Birdbot made his way to a I guess it's a preschool.
Yeah, daycare.
A daycare, thank you. And the kids sang a song with Birdbot. And I don't know what school this is, but I'm going to play this for you. Listen to this. And they're all standing around Birdbot while they're singing that. I mean,
That's adorable.
It's so sweet.
Oh, that's so cute.
Thank you guys for sharing that. We appreciate
Awesome.
that.
Love it.
All right. We're going to move along, do the lesson question. And today we are going to give away as a prize $50 gift card for Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse.
You got it, bro.
I'm having a hard time speaking today.
Me too.
Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse, not Smokehouse, in Northeast Philly. I jumped on Northeast Philly. All right. So the question I'm going to ask you is, Jimmy Carter won a posthumous Grammy last night. Which English band did President Carter also win with a few years back? He did a collaboration with these guys. 215-263-WMMR. Jimmy Carter won a posthumous Grammy last night. Which English band did President Carter also win with a few years back? 215-263-WMMR.
Are you aware of the flub that you had during your Horizon commercial by any chance?
No.
Okay, do you want to hear it?
Oh, God. Yeah, go ahead. They're going to keep your comb hosey. Home cozy.
Yeah, home cozy.
Comb hosey.
Comb hosey.
You know what? We all heard it, but it's like we're all in that state of mind. Like,
the good news is the listeners didn't pounce all over it.
Oh, did they?
Oh my gosh!
Oh, God.
Really?
Instantly. It's a Monday, dude. It's a Monday.
I said something earlier this morning too, and after I said it, I made a mental note and I moved on. But we were doing it was a commercial for the same thing. It was for Window Nation actually, and I said I don't have any of the. I said escaping into my house. Cold air escaping into my house.
Well, sometimes
it doesn't
that
escape in; it escapes out, and it's warm air.
We're just men.
Ass wipe. Okay. Anyhow, let's do the trash. Here we go.
The trash business is a 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we got some stories from Steve, then we'll get a winner. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, MMA fighter Bryce Mitchell walking back some positive statements he made about Hitler and swearing he himself is not a Nazi. Mitchell says at worst he is more accurately Nazi adjacent.
Oh,
my God.
Justin Baldoni debuting a new website presenting all the evidence he claims vindicates him in the Blake Lively lawsuit. In addition, the website contains the secret recipe for Uncle Baldoni's man bun gel.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Chuck Todd leaving NBC after 20 years on air. Todd says he plans on realizing a lifelong dream of starting an island retreat for people with two first names. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Let's see if you happen to know the answer to the lesson question back. Jimmy Carter won a posthumous Grammy last night, and which English band did President Carter also win with a few years back? And we are going to go to Ernie and see if we can get the answer. Ernie, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Ernie, what band did President Carter win a Grammy with?
Judas Priest.
Priest.
Yeah!
Hang on, Ernie.
How they got paired up, we don't know.
We're going to give you a $50 credit card for Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse in Northeast Philadelphia, and you can order catering for the big game from Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse to treat your friends to Philadelphia's best authentic hickory smoked barbecue. Score big on game day with delicious smoked meats, homemade side dishes, salads, and desserts. Visit Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse off the Cotman Avenue exit of I-95. You can order online at sweetlucy's.com, and go Birds.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I'm going to end with a concert announcement, but I'm going to start with the Grammy Awards. They were last night, and obviously the big awards handed out. I will give a few of them to you, and then we'll move along to the rock categories. But winning the record of the year was Kendrick Lamar for Not Like Us. Album of the year went to Beyonce for Cowboy Carter, which incidentally won the country album of the year as well.
Which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is. Then you have Song of the Year. That also went to Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us. Best New Artist went to Chappell Roan. And in the rock performance category, the best rock performance went to The Beatles, which is pretty wild.
So they used, obviously, AI and all that to release that song, but what a friggin' Grammy.
Yeah. The best metal performance, I'm not familiar with this crew. Gorhira, Marina Vioti, and Victor Lamans.
We know
Gojira is Japanese.
Is it Gojira?
Yeah.
That's how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Okay. And they won for Mea Culpa. And best rock song went to St. Vincent for Broken Man.
That's not a rock song.
I don't think it's a rock song at all. And then best rock album went to, well, the Rolling Stones.
I consider that rock.
Yeah, Hackney Diamonds.
Yeah, which is a phenomenal, return. Listen, they're legendary, but to release an album that is that current and that catchy and a number of solid songs, it's a phenomenal achievement.
It's so impressive, that they were able to do that.
And it sounds like the Stones.
Case, did I not read our sponsor here?
I don't think he did.
I don't think I did. Oh, music news, by the way, brought to you by Worldwide Stereo.
Oh.
Transform your home theater into the ultimate game day experience with an epic TV or home theater upgrade from Worldwide Stereo with 0% financing, worldwidestereo.com/football. Turning dens into super boxes since 1979. A couple of other things outside of the Grammy Awards, and we did a full breakdown of those earlier this morning. The Rose Bowl in Pasadena was placed to be on Saturday night, especially if you are a first responder, because Jelly Rolls, a concert for all first responders, was exactly that. We said last week the singer was putting on a show specifically for those on the front lines battling the wildfires. But Jelly wasn't alone. Joining the fun were Lainey Wilson, Nate Smith, Shinedown, Marshmello, and Public Enemy.
Sounds like dessert.
Yeah, right. For more than 2 hours, they performed. And the performers thanked first responders and gave them a brief reprieve from fighting the wildfires, which, as one firefighter explained, they've been battling for 25 days without a break.
A jelly donut!
The Invictus Games of Canada got started this week, and Prince Harry has now locked in another big star for the opening ceremony. Chris Martin of Coldplay is set to perform during the opening ceremony of Invictus Games Vancouver Whistler on 2025. That'll be Saturday, joining previously announced headliners Katy Perry and Nelly Furtado.
Nelly Furtado!
Martin allegedly has a strong connection with the Invictus Games, having composted the Invictus Compose. It says composted. Come on, man.
Come on.
What is all this crap?
Composed the Invictus Anthem in 2014, which has been featured in every Invictus medal ceremony in the
This is
games.
a song I've been composting for a long time. This big pile of soil and poop. It's my latest release. Composted just for you.
How the hell does that get by them?
I don't know.
Composted.
I don't know. There is a lot to take in here.
By the way, just for technical aspects, compost is not really manure. It's
broken. It's food.
Soil and
it can also be leaves and mulch and yard compost.
I
Yard
just
waste.
add for taste.
That deteriorates.
I had the poop for taste.
We for a while we were keeping our when my son was into composting, leftover food.
Yes,
things, vegetables and
eggshells
and such.
You gotta be careful though.
What?
Because you can't use stuff any meat or anything like that. And really have to be careful on which vegetables you're going to try to compost because some of it breaks down easier than others. Whenever you do it, there's a listener named Backyard Composting Crew, and they came to camp out this year and turned me on a little bit to what you are able to do at home and what you shouldn't do at home. And if it's ever food from your house, you got to be really careful about what you put in the compost kit.
Okay.
Now, when it's done, correct me if I'm wrong, you're supposed to eat that, right?
Yeah. You just take a spoon then you go at it.
It's completely edible.
We had a bin, and it was just a plastic bin, and we would put stuff in there. Carter was the one that was doing it. And I remember going out there in the early fall, because it was out in an area of the yard where I never go to, I never look at it. And laying on the ground, attached to a stem of some type going into the compost, was a full butternut squash
No way.
that had grown
Out of the compost.
Yep.
You can eat that, right?
It was pretty. Yeah, totally. It was pretty cool.
So we have one a big one that rotates. I don't think we've added anything to it in about a year and a half because
Yeah.
it was full and we didn't know what to do with it. But it's got to be, if wine ages to perfection, this has to be some quality level compost.
I have a question.
Chef's kiss.
And Nick, you hopefully you can answer this for me because I have this like little retaining wall that's behind my house that there's a whole bunch of arborvitae in there. Anyway, I line that retaining wall with grass clippings and in the hopes that it will
Butternut
compost.
squash?
No. In hopes that it will compost.
You can do some things to sort of further it along, including like just quite literally stirring it. You know, you can use it like a metal hoe or whatever and lift it out and rotate it on your own. You can also do something like Steve does where you have a container where you can rotate it that way. So if you just let it sit there, Casey, over time, eventually it'll break down and it'll turn into compost, but there are more active ways to get involved.
Okay.
By the way, compost news also brought to you by Worldwide Stereo.
Yes.
So there's a lot to take in this particular story if you're not familiar with what Billy Corgan is up to these days. He's joining with Bill Maher's Club Random Studios to host a new podcast called The Magnificent Others. The video podcast will have Corgan talking with artists, entrepreneurs, scientists, and musicians like Gene Simmons, Richie Sambora, Tom Morello, Pat Benatar, and more.
Probably not Bill Burr, right?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Billy Corgan, they had a little bit of a dust-up on Howie Mandel's podcast.
Yep. Corgan's a busy guy. Smashing Pumpkins released their 13th album last year. He's also the owner and president of the National Wrestling Alliance. The Magnificent Others is set to launch on Wednesday.
That Club Random, which I will watch periodically with Bill Maher, he'll get some interesting guests, but he literally gets like a little bombed. I mean, he's speech will slur. That's the whole purpose, is that they're sharing alcohol or smoking pot.
Really?
And that's the whole purpose, is that it's as relaxed as you can get. And there are times when he's having a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we have this, and then the concert announcement. Jeff Goldblum is coming out with a jazzy album with the Mildred Snitzer Orchestra and is going to feature some celebrity friends. Still Blooming is what it's called. It's due out April 25th, and he'll have duets in it with both Wicked co-stars Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo. And those aren't the only celeb duets. Scarlett Johansson joins Goldblum for a slinky cover of The Best Is Yet to Come, which is already out. And the songs are all jazz classics. So
Man,
I
I
wonder
love
if he
him.
might do some interviews in conjunction. I'd love to get him on.
He's such a great guy. He's so fascinating. He plays the piano all the time. I'd love to chat with him.
Yep.
And you know that Scarlett Johansson sings in the movie Sing. She plays the porcupine.
Yeah, the kind of punk rocker type of gal. Yeah, and she's good in it.
Yep.
All right, concert announcement time. Just wanted to yell.
I love it.
And MMR is ready to rock this show. It is a 10th anniversary, and this show is going to be Friday, September 12th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster, and it is the Outlaw Music Festival. And will feature the likes of Willie Nelson and family.
On the road. That is pretty cool.
How about that?
Yeah, I mean, Willie's up there.
Yep. And can still do it, man.
Yeah.
Willie Nelson is a guy, I wouldn't mind seeing in concert. B, I'd really like to talk to.
Well, we were coming close at one point, and I think we were either out of the area or something. How did it go, Nick? We were.
Maybe he got ill. He was at the Man a few summers ago. I think actually for this festival, and we got close to having him on, and then something happened in the last minute where they canceled.
Bob Dylan, Sheryl Crow, Waxahachie, and Madeline Edwards are going to be on. Is this the full lineup here?
It varies from show to show.
Okay, so I'm not going to mention any of these other names because it might not be at our particular location. But yeah, Bob Dylan, Sheryl Crow, Waxahachie, and Madeline Edwards will all be on the Outlaw Music Festival show at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on Friday, September 12th. Tickets go on sale, like I said, this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster, and Pierre's going to have tickets all week long.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I mean, but now Bob Dylan is bizarrely on a uptick in his fame because people are checking out his catalog because of the movie.
Yeah, complete unknown. WMMR.com is pre-sale passwords and another chance to win tickets there. So head over there right now if that sounds like a show you want to be a part of. And oops, didn't mean to turn that up. That is what I have in music news for you this morning. All right, we'll take a break. We'll wrap up the program when we return. Stay with us. Letter of the day, word of the week prize on the way next.
Preston and Steve.
Greatest American hero. We on the bonfire we do a thing. There's Whoa Vicky and some dude she was hanging out with got into they insulted.
They threw shade.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And then came back with an apology video that's like 30 seconds long. And whenever we have to apologize in the bonfire, we had our producer like verbatim write it down. Their sentences. Can you play it, by Jay?
See if you can look that up. It's Whoa Vicky.
It's Whoa Vicky apologizes Snoop Dogg. It is. There's sentences that go nowhere. It goes, nah, I'm saying, because we don't even know be like when it come then. That's no exaggeration.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Marissa's going to try and search that and bring that audio.
I believe in Marissa. She can do this.
At the end of the day, we respect Snoop Dogg because he a real OG, you know.
Yeah, shout out to Snoop. Like I'm sorry for everything I said. I didn't mean it like that. I make people happy, like do funny videos. That's what I do. And I'm sorry for everything I did, like towards you and towards everybody that's with your shit, whatever. I'm sorry for everything.
Yeah, for real. Like we really ain't know like what we was saying. Like it was really off of the camera, no cap. Like you know.
All right, it ends there. And by the way, that's like twin speak. By the way, that's
yes,
like
when twins share a language.
Yeah, nobody else knows what the hell they're saying except for those two.
I have no idea what they said in it, but we have it written out. So whenever someone gets mad, and they get mad at us at Sirius a lot, we always gonna go. I like to say to John Fugelsang, you a real OG outside for everything I said and what I said be like, because it sometimes be like that, and then you know I ain't know what I says and that stuff and you says. But we just like to say the name. He goes, I'd like to apologize to John Fugelsang. Say, man, sometimes. Our sincerest apologies to Radio Andy.
I love the concept of John Fugelsang being known in the hip-hop community.
John Fugelsang. All right, thank you. Big J. Okerson. Let's hear it from everybody. Thanks, bud.
Love you guys. Thank you so much, man.
The holidays are nigh, and Meghan Markle is about to celebrate her first Thanksgiving and Christmas as a royal. But by all accounts, it's going to be pretty weird.
Sparkle Markle?
Well, first up, Thanksgiving. Some question whether the American-born Meghan will be allowed to celebrate the holiday, seeing as it commemorates that time many English-born pilgrims set forth on a long and dangerous voyage to flee political and religious persecution in their homeland.
I thought she and the royal family were going to go visit with the dad here in the States.
Last year, Meghan celebrated with her mother, Doria Raglan, in California. What's going to happen is to be determined, but the Queen reportedly hasn't forbidden the celebration by royal decree, and Meghan and Prince Harry don't have any events scheduled for the day, so she may be indulging in turkey and stuffing behind closed doors. Mm-hmm. Now, for Christmas, meanwhile, we want to hope she doesn't eat too much gravy because, listen to this. I've never heard of this before.
All right.
She will have to be weighed before her Christmas meal, per a juicy new report hailing from the royal expert Ingrid Seward. Apparently, every member of the royal family, including Harry, Prince William, and Kate Middleton, must be weighed before and after dinner on Christmas Day.
All right.
Wait,
after dinner, and do they get to poop first?
That I don't know about. But
what is this about, this bizarre thing?
It's a tradition. Okay, apparently the Queen asks guests to weigh themselves to ensure they're being well fed.
Oh, okay.
And once weighed, the guests must enter the dining room in order of seniority. Once seated, the head chef carves the turkey, and paper hats are donned, but not by the Queen. So everybody has to wear
We're wearing our paper hats, and it's so much fun. Where is the scale so we can see if we've put a lot of food into our tummies? Oh, look at I folded a flap on my paper hat. Oh, what fun.
So much fun.
Yes. Later on, we'll go out to a pit and murder some peasants.
Oh, my God.
Damn. I've seen the paper hat thing.
Christmas.
I love Christmas. For the annual slaughtering of the peasants.
In a pit.
In a pit with our paper hats. And the one who catches my paper hat will be spared.
Oh, that's a nice tradition.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you and your family. Congratulations on your adroit paper hat catching skills.
Oh my God.
You're free to go.
Now for the rest of them, line up.
Really, the only way to enjoy Lorenzo's Pizza on the whole is to have some assistance. And we are doing that via a dental device, correct? Yeah. Okay, so Casey and Nick are going to put these lip spreaders in. That if you've ever gone to the dentist and you have to get some dental work done, they do this so it pulls your lips up and your cheeks out to the side so they can get in there and work really well.
Yeah.
So it's,
and it'll for eating purposes, Preston, it gives you maximum coverage of the pie.
Yeah, and my favorite is pepperoni pizza.
Your favorite is
pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni pizza.
I like pineapple.
You like pineapple?
Pineapple.
Okay.
I also like mushroom.
Excuse me?
Mushroom.
Mushrooms.
Mushroom. Yeah, mushroom.
All right,
like
so
mushroom.
is this, Preston, the specifics of this contest, are we talking the quickest to eat one slice fully?
I don't know.
I don't know.
How about the entire pie?
Let's just see how it goes.
Let's just see how it goes.
All right.
And we'll see who ate it best.
All right.
Okay. You guys ready?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, lick your lips.
All right, raise your pizza case. Get ready.
We have a split screen shot. By
Dude,
the way,
don't-
you can watch this on Facebook.
Don't make me laugh.
All right, do what, Marissa? All right, cheers your pizzas. All right, cheers. And on your mark, get set, and go. All right, here's the first bite.
Oh, my God.
Casey you have to let gravity take effect, right?
Oh my God! Look at Nick. If Nick couldn't get any more gross when he ate.
Because your lips are not assisting.
All right.
I love you, Saj. I love you. Yeah.
All right.
I love you.
Start eating.
He loves you. He loves you. Nick looks like oh, my God.
Don't make me
He can't lick. Nick is laughing his ass off. Oh, my God.
This is
Casey,
disgusting.
do you need something to drink?
I got it.
Okay, you got it? All right, so... Oh, Nick, did you take it out?
Uh-uh.
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Casey's going to take a drink. It's like a sprinkler.
It's disgusting.
Nick, here's some water if you need it.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much, Preston.
Try not to get any of it on
Sorry, don't laugh,
on the
Nick, now.
equipment. Don't get it on the equipment.
That was... Casey looks like he's looking at a UFO.
Hey, Maris.
Oh, my God,
I don't want him to
Jesus,
knock
it's
that
up
over.
there.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Okay.
Nick's wiping his
He's
mouth.
wiping his mouth. Casey, I noticed
Okay, sir.
you're using the gravity method. You lean back.
Yes. Yeah, this is my first radio.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Nick is leaning forward, which I find kind of wild. All right, now he's tilting back. You got to let gravity take over. This looks like an inspiring story
Oh my God. It's
of
so
two
gross.
guys born without lips.
Oh my God.
It actually, Steve, it looks like the sequel to Hellraiser.
It does.
You know what, though?
What?
It's really delicious.
It is delicious.
Yeah.
It's Lorenzo's, of course.
How far along are you guys?
I'm almost done, Steve.
Now, Casey's about halfway. He's eaten more than you think he has. So
We want to do it to completion because I think they might hemorrhage.
I don't know. Case, what do you think?
Don't talk with food in your mouth.
Have more water, Case.
Actually, that'll help a little bit.
Yeah.
So Case is going to get a sip of water.
Kathy, do I have anything in my teeth?
I'm sorry we're doing such a visual thing on the radio, but
man.
this is just hilarious.
This
Casey,
is my favorite sweatshirt.
it's his favorite sweatshirt.
Did you get some on your favorite sweatshirt?
Damn it. It's an absolute mess. I tell you what.
It makes you really appreciate.
Keep going.
Oh, it fell out. There.
I know they kind of slip out every now and then.
What?
I have no
They
idea.
kind of slip out every now and then. They slip out of your house
Like this.
Hey, slip out of there.
every now and then.
Say?
Hey, you say?
Yeah.
My dental.
That's the band Eve 6 on 93.3 WMMR with Inside Out. 10:52 and the Preston and Steve radio program coming to a close for a Monday morning. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it? More than we do, but nonetheless, Monday will move along. The next thing you know, we'll be on Tuesday and get a little momentum heading towards a very special weekend in the city of Philadelphia. I want to thank our guests for being on the program. First, we had a chance to talk to our buddy Matt O'Donnell and get some details on the latest surfacing from that horrific plane crash in the Northeast of the weekend. So we thank Matt for checking in. Obviously, the investigation is going to be going on for quite a long time. Just a terrible, terrible thing. I also want to thank our buddy G Love for checking in this morning. It's great to talk to him,
and he was very patient because we had some technical stuff to work through.
In preparation for the game this weekend, we are doing what we're calling our Pep Rally Concert Series, and our friends that have musical talent will be joining us throughout the week to do their rendition of the Eagles fight song. And G Love was the first of the week to do it. We've got more on the way that we are very excited about. A really big one tomorrow, which I'll tell you about in a moment when we run down who's going to be joining us on the program tomorrow. So it was a fun day today. We enjoyed it. Pierre Robert, what?
I said, yeah, I agree with
you. We have Pierre Robert, who is here. Hey, Matt.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you, kids.
Fairly decent weekend?
Yeah.
Cool.
I loved Carol Channing, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted her to sing Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend.
Yeah.
A little Hello Dolly.
Girl. Yes. She was a character. Totally
really
energetic, totally into this, exactly what we want.
But I mean, how do you
get Birdbot?
Well, I mean, yeah. So if because
she's got to do it.
Passed off to her, right?
Well, she has to be the one to broker it because we have no sway over that now. Okay. She can contact by going, again, all the instructions are on PrestonSteve.com, but you can go into the Facebook group and on Instagram and DM the people who you've seen who've had it most recently.
Okay.
And it's been happening. It's been consistently happening where it's getting passed off that way from caretaker to caretaker, and it works. So if she really wants to actively pursue it, she can get it done.
So people don't leave it on a street corner.
No.
They hand it off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a relay,
like a baton.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to see if you have Mr. Bot, you have to reach out or you have to wait to be contacted by a Bot fan.
No, you can just give it to somebody you know.
Oh, okay.
Or if you're in a bar and you're hanging out and somebody goes, hey, I'll take Birdbot. You go, all right, well, here you go. So it's that type of thing.
All right.
It's as organic and as free-flowing as can possibly be. All we're relying on is the super fandom for the team and the eagerness to get it out to New Orleans. But right now it's on a tour of the area, so it can sop up all that good energy.
Final question. Do you know how many people Mr. Bot has been with so far?
I mean, we could probably figure that out, but I don't know offhand. Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
But it's like more than a couple, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Lots of people.
Okay,
we had
cool.
several call this morning that said that they either saw or had their hands on Birdbot at some point.
If you see that most recent picture up on the Instagram page there, Pierre, it's a daycare.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I heard them singing.
No, the video's playing in the
Very
studio
cute.
now with the kids. It's so cute.
So sweet.
Very cute.
Take it.
All right.
All right, want to do the letter, my man?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
G as in great day in the morning.
All right, we have one letter, 4 more to go, and then we're giving away a $500 big game package from Pick a Lily Inn to feed 35 to 40 people for this Sunday. And the package includes 200 wings, 50 tails, full pan of mac and cheese, full pan of garden salad, 16 cheesesteak egg rolls with sriracha ketchup, a pint each of their sauces, 2 quarts of blue cheese, and 2 growlers of 1927 IPA. And you got to make the trip to the Pick. Pick a Lily Inn does game day catering better than anybody with ready-to-go pick packs. And your guests are going to cheer for this. And you can get 30 tails or ears for just $59. Visit them on Route 206 in Chemung, New Jersey, or pickalily.com and order now. So we'll give that away on Friday. What are you doing with your time today,
Well,
man?
we will have some fun. As you just mentioned, the tickets for the Outlaw Festival is going on sale this week. So I've got tickets for Willie and family. I can't believe Dylan and Sheryl Crow. What a great lineup this is going to be. So we'll have a pair of tickets for that. We will have workforce blocks of the Kinks, STP, and also CSN. Graham Nash's birthday yesterday, and he was on stage at the fire benefit last week in L.A. We have that song he played there that we'll play, and so it should be a fun day.
Excellent. Thanks, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And Worldwide Stereo, turning dens into superboxes since 1979, worldwidestereo.com. Tomorrow on the program, this is really cool. Tattoos Day, a special version. It's Bleed for the Birds. And we are going to be doing tattoos in our facility tomorrow morning in the Acme Lounge right out here. Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, and 9 listeners getting Eagles tattoos right here. So we're excited about that. Then the other thing, speaking of Eagles, we will have Noah, the bald eagle, in our studio tomorrow morning. He's one of the eagles that flies at the stadium before the games in Elmwood Park Zoo, bringing him by tomorrow morning. And for our Pep Rally concert series tomorrow morning, singing the Eagles Fight Sing live on our air, Lizzie Hale.
Lizzie Hale! Yes!
Hailstorm.
Oh, my God. How cool is that?
Isn't that great?
It's amazing.
So we will check in with Lizzie via Zoom, and she will sing the fight song.
I
So
love it.
It'll be great.
Hey, you can't get more eagerly than that.
That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.